Order the left. Arrangements for the election of his successor will be as follows. On Tuesday, the 8th of November. Nomination forms will be available from the Vote Office, Table Office and Public Bill Office. Following the House's decision of the 16th of January, we met on Wednesday, the 9th of November, from 11 a.m. till 2:30 p.m.
I greatly welcome people feel more willing to report hate crime incidents and believe the biggest driver is the welcome improvements of police recording. Let me be clear, hate crime is a scourge on communities and will not be tolerated, and that's why we're committed to reducing all crime, including hate incidents and targeting police officers.
Matt Weston.
According to the Office for National Statistics, nationally we've seen an increase, a six-fold increase in hate crime across the last decade. Locally, in the police efficiency of victims in the aftermath of such crimes. This was felt by a constituent who was physically and racially assaulted. His assailant was charged with physical damage of a phone after Warwickshire Police failed to complete a case action plan sent to them by the CPS. Can the Minister advise how frequently she meets with her opposite number in the Home Office and what is being done to arrest
is there on both sides for the police also?
Chair of the Select Committee, Caroline Lynch.
Is doing some great pilot work recording misogyny as a hate crime in the incidents that it encounters. Can my friend the Minister update us on how that pilot is going, whether there are plans to roll it out further, and also what progress the Home Office is making with their work and consultation on public sexual harassment, which is one of those significant crimes which impacts women every day?
Well, I'm very interested in both of those issues, the Right Honourable Lady were pleased to know. In regard to the consultation on public sexual harassment, that's been completed and I'm looking at that currently. In regard to misogyny as a hate crime, I'm aware of the Nottinghamshire police work, and it's absolutely right that a number of police forces are choosing through their own volition to report those particular crimes, and I'll update the Honourable Lady further in writing because there is more to say.
General Secretary Annalise Dawes.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr Speaker. And I'd first like to welcome the new Minister for Women and Equalities to her place. With reference to the previous question, of course, making misogyny a hate crime is something that the government has stood against until now, when it was pushed by a Labour Police and Crime Commissioner in Nottinghamshire, but we hope the tide may be turning. Now, the Minister a moment ago referred to some of the statistics on hate crime, but not the most concerning. One was mentioned by my friend, violent hate crime, 6 times higher today than 10 years ago. Also, hate crimes that are reported up by 269% in England and Wales since 2010, and the highest number of religiously motivated hate crimes ever recorded this year. What is the government going to do about this?
Yeah. Well, firstly, the Honourable Lady will know we have some of the strongest legislation to tackle everything that she's mentioned, including religious hate crime. And in fact, over the last 6 years, the Places for Worship Protective Security Funding Scheme from the Home Office has awarded 323 grants of around 8 million directly in regard to religious hate crime. But I'll be very clear, I'm personally committed to the best possible response by every force on hate crime.
Anna Bardell.
DWP's new progression offer will help claimants on universal credit identify opportunities in their current role or a new role. We've also increased the national living wage, reduced the universal credit taper rate and increased the work allowance to ensure work pays.
Anna Bardell.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. The current PM famously insulted millions of mums across the UK during the pandemic when he showed a total lack of understanding of the pressure they were under and the discrimination they faced in the workplace. It's probably lost on a billionaire PM, but his Tory government is overseeing the second most expensive childcare in the developed world. According to Pregnant Then Screwed, 62 more for childcare as their rent or mortgage, and now the cost of living...
Speaker, to 30 hours since 2010 parents, with a universal offer of 15 hours and covering 85% of childcare costs under universal credit. We've also had much discussion in recent weeks about childcare ratios, and I'll assure the relevant Minister writes to you with more detail.
Harriet Baldwin.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. One workplace where women need support is actually the other place, where 1/8 of the seats are reserved for men only. Will the Minister support my hereditary peerages female succession bill and get this anomaly changed?
Well, I thank the Honourable Lady for her question and her impressive campaigning on this issue. I was very privileged to be in the chamber as she's made some of her speeches this year, and I will look into this issue and make sure I write to her about it.
We now come to Secretary Annalise Dodds.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Last month, the new Minister for Women and Equalities told investors in New York that the government was going for growth in a big way. She said of that economic strategy, and I quote, "We know it is bold, we know it comes with risk, but in these volatile times, every option, even the status quo, is risky." 1 month on from the catastrophic mini-budget, can the Minister explain what impact going for growth had on women's finances?
I thank the Honourable Lady for her question. We have been putting lots of cost of living support for families and for women in particular, and we'll write to her further about this issue.
Annalise Dodds.
Well, thank you, Mr Speaker. I'm very disappointed by that brief response, because today we've found out from the latest statistics that women need over 12 times our average annual salary to buy a home. And our average real terms wages have plummeted by almost £600 a year since 2010. The government has simply removed the possibility of home ownership for millions of women. In her speech last month, the Minister described the UK as Europe's unicorn factory. Isn't her government Britain's chaos factory, with working women paying the price with lower wages and lost mortgages?
I would completely dispute that characterisation of this government. Not only has this government taken comprehensive steps to financially support people this year, targeting support of vulnerable households and families and putting in place an energy price cap, but also we've increased the national living wage, we've changed the universal credit taper rate, we've taken a number of steps to help people with their own finances and will continue to do so.
SNP spokesperson Kirstin Oswald.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. This Tory government has committed to an employment bill at least 20 times, but it's nowhere to be seen. And meanwhile, labour market inequalities become all the more acute, especially in this cost of living crisis. So the Minister could tell us she'll fix the sick pay system, introduce the day one right to flexible working, improve parental leave and pay, strengthen protections against pregnancy and maternity discrimination, but her government is making a choice not to do these things. It's a real contrast to the Scottish Government's recent Building a New Scotland paper, setting out how an independent Scotland would deliver fair working practices. So why does this Tory government support inequality in the workplace?
Well, I thank the Honourable Lady for her question. I think actually the changes in flexible working that we saw in the pandemic have been helpful to the women. This government has taken action in consulting on flexible working. It is a matter for the Bays Department. I will ensure the relevant Minister writes to her about this issue.
Greg Smith.
Theresa.
This government and I are absolutely committed to supporting women's sport at every opportunity, pushing for greater participation, employment, commercial opportunities and visibility in the media. We want to continue to work with stakeholders to ensure that all aspects of women's sport continue to flourish. I welcome the W Series in providing equal opportunities for women to compete competitively in motorsport, and I also recognise organisations such as Motorsport UK and the British Women Racing Drivers Club are taking forward to increase women and girls' participation within the sport.
Thank
you, Mr Speaker. I'm grateful to my honourable friend for that answer. As you said, the all-female W Series Championship is another jewel in the crown for British motorsport, won for the third time this year by British driver Jamie Chadwick, but has sadly had to curtail the season by 3 races, with the sad reality that women's sports like the W Series have much lower funding available than their male counterparts, can my honourable friend commit to working with the W Series to help them continue to support women drivers, engineers and mechanics into motorsport?
My honourable friend is a fantastic champion for motorsport, and as he knows, I'm more than a little bit of a petrol head. I approach motorsport with an enormous amount of enthusiasm and almost no talent, which is probably the problem. I would also like to add my congratulations to Jamie Chadwick, because I did watch it and it was a phenomenal drive. It is disappointing that the season was cut short, Mr Speaker, and we want the women's sport to thrive. The government is unable to intervene directly, but DCMS is working with the wider support sector on commerciality of women's sport and how it can be promoted.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. One way to encourage more women into motorsport, and indeed every job and every industry, is to make workplaces endometriosis friendly. 1 in 10 women have endometriosis. It has a huge impact on their workplace. What encouragement can the Minister give for companies to adopt the charity Endometriosis UK strategy to make all workplaces endometriosis friendly?
I couldn't agree with the Honourable Lady. Have the level of detail to absolutely commit exact policy. I'll get the Department of Health to write to her about that.
Christian Jardine.
Number 4, please, Mr Speaker.
Responses before taking further steps. We expect to introduce regulations and prepare a comprehensive guidance prior to commencement in England and Wales in due course.
Christian Jardine.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. And can I say, can I welcome the Minister to her place? Can I say it is... Can I say that access to public buildings is one of the issues which my constituents most often bring to me, because those who have a problem with accessibility feel they are excluded in many ways. And I know that in England and Wales there are almost 500,000 wheelchair users who are awaiting the results of the consultation for their own homes as much as for public buildings. So I welcome the Minister's statement, but can she assure us it won't be put aside in the recent chaos?
I thank the Honourable Lady for her question. This is something that we have committed to. Obviously, it's important to properly address the cost implications of implementation, given everything that's happening, and we'll do everything we can to further this piece of work.
Philip Oliver.
Number 5, sir.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Ensuring that everyone can access world-class education remains a priority. 2021 saw record HE progression rates for disadvantaged white students who had free school meals. This government is investing £3.8 billion more in high-quality education, skills and training provision, leading to good outcomes for young people and skills needed for economic growth, whichever good quality route that they choose.
On the government's own figures, the percentage of state school pupils getting a higher education place by ethnicity is Chinese 72%, Asian 55%, black 49%, mixed heritage 41% and white 33%. Is the government concerned about these widening disparities, and if so, what is it going to do to level up university entry?
Thank you, Mr Speaker. As a meritocrat, I don't believe in positive discrimination, but a society where people are judged on their character and ability. Access to HE should be based on a student's attainment and their ability to succeed rather than their background. Now, 2021 saw a record high number of white students who received free school meals progress onto higher education, as I said. But since then, since the report of the White Working Class Pupils Have Been Let Down report, we've tasked the Office for Students to refresh their entire access and participation and to look into this.
Question number 6, please, Mr Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. For pupils with complex needs, high needs education funding is increasing by £1 billion in 2022 and 23 financial year, bringing total needs funding to £9.1 billion. The department also provides £27.3 million per annum to deliver grants to support low-income families raising disabled or seriously ill children and young people.
I very much welcome that answer and that support, but constituents who are parents of disabled children so often tell me that they feel it's like an obstacle race and there are so many hurdles put in their way to get the support they need for their children, both at home and at school. Can the government make it easier to access this essential SEND support?
My honourable friend raises an important question. Now, the SEND and AP Green Paper proposals aims to improve experiences and outcomes of children and young people with SEND and within a fairer and more sustainable system. We are investing £301.75 million jointly with the Department of Health and Social Care to transform Start for Life and family support services in 75 local authorities across England.
The worst cost of living crisis in memory, it is becoming increasingly difficult for parents to provide important life experiences for their children. Springfield House in Birmingham is a wonderful SEND school which many students across Coventry North West attend. For many years now, they've provided away nights for pupils, giving children the chances to spend time away from home with their peers in a safe environment. Now, because of government cuts, this away night is being axed. So will the Minister speak to her counterpart in the Department of Education to ensure that families in Coventry do not lose this much-needed service?
I thank the honourable lady. The government's doing some amazing work, and if I can just point her and constituents from across the House to a fantastic website that we have, which is governmentsupport.co.uk, where it demonstrates the great services open to people who are having difficulties at the moment.
The topicals, Sarah Green, topicals.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I recently met...
Middle of the wall.
Mr Speaker, I'm delighted to have been appointed as Minister for Women and Equalities. As the Prime Minister said yesterday, this government will bring compassion to the challenges we face, put people's needs above politics and reach out to communities across the country. My priority will be delivering our groundbreaking Inclusive Britain strategy, our cross-government work to improve the lives of disabled people and breaking down barriers to opportunity for people from all backgrounds up and down the UK.
Sarah Green.
Thank you for that answer, Mr Speaker. I recently met with the chair of the Cheshire Mosque Committee, who'd recently been told that the medical examiners in our area will only be available 5 days a week and not at the weekend, which will cause significant problems for our Muslim and other religious communities who buried their loved ones as soon as possible following a death. Will the Secretary of State meet with me and my constituent to find a way forward to ensure the new system does not infringe the rights of religious communities?
Mr Speaker, I didn't fully hear the question, but I think if she wrote to me in more detail about what she required, I'd be able to follow up in better detail.
Vital fabricant.
Topical 2, sir.
Well, just give the question.
Oh, sorry. I didn't know he got onto topical. So, back in the 1990s, a colonel in the Royal Marines once said to me, he would rather have a gay Marine alongside him who can shoot straight than a straight Marine who can't. Now, my right honourable friend will know that there was much persecution of gay people in the armed forces. Can she update us on how the LGBT Independent Veterans Review is getting on?
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank my honourable friend for that question. I can tell him that under Lord Etherton as chair, this important and independent review has launched a call for evidence on the experiences of LGBT veterans who served between 1967 and 2000, when LGBT people were barred from openly serving in the armed forces.
Vicky Bolscroft.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Why was the post of Minister for Disabled People demoted? What message do we think that this sends to disabled people who already feel like an afterthought from this government? And will the government reverse this decision immediately?
This continues to be an important ministerial post in government. The Secretary of State will have strategic oversight, but let me leave the lady in no doubt about how important this issue is to this government. 1.3 million more people in work, billions more in funding for children with SEND needs, a new BSL Act, Down Syndrome Act and special rules for end of life. This continues to be a very important area to this government.
Virginia Crosby.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I'm delighted that Thank you, Mr Speaker. I'm delighted that two entrepreneurs, Janet Percival from Jaspel Cider and Stacey Chadfield from Emberwood Creative, will be coming to Westminster as part of the Savitas MP Heroes initiative. Does my honourable friend agree with me that our entrepreneurs are the backbone of our economy, particularly in places like Unis Morn?
With
family on the island running businesses, including my aunt, I absolutely support the work that the Savitas MP heroes have done with businesses based in Llangefni and Aberfour. I mean, it's a wonderful part of the island. Celebrating female enterprises across all of areas of the UK, and I particularly would like to take this opportunity to thank Helen Martin-McGee in particular for her excellent work in this area. And I'm also delighted to announce to date that 40% of start-up loans issued by this government have gone to female entrepreneurs.
Rosanara Ali.
Mr. Speaker, the Women's Budget Group analysis shows 100,000 lone parents, mainly women, 200,000 children, will be forced into poverty if the government raises benefits in line with average wages rather than inflation. Can ministers confirm that they will push the Chancellor to uprate benefits in line with inflation so women are not forced into further hardship because of the government's economic incompetence?
Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Lady, we know we don't make fiscal policy during equalities questions. She will have to wait for the Chancellor to give a statement to get an answer to it.
The government has an excellent opportunity to grant investment zones in South East Cornwall. What work is the government doing to ensure equality of opportunity for those investors?
The Honourable Lady is a role model to all of those female entrepreneurs in her constituency. With clear investment zone expressions of interest by different areas, and make sure I account for equality of opportunity in their conduct. This government recognises that a diverse and inclusive business ecosystem is good for investors, entrepreneurs, businesses and her society.
Dame Angela Edel.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's widely acknowledged that public spending cuts impact most on women. The Chancellor has signalled that he will be seeking such cuts in an effort to close the £40 billion hole his predecessor recklessly blew in the public finances. So will the Equalities Minister now undertake to publish an equality impact assessment on the November the 17th autumn statement as required by the Equality Act?
Mr. Speaker, we will be taking all due assessments on fiscal statements as we regularly do over the course of the period.
All men are. The government rightly wants to see more disabled people in employment, but what more can the Minister say about encouraging in-work progression for those with a disability and, most importantly, getting more disabled representation on company boards to drive wider cultural change in business?
Well, I thank my honourable friend who's always been a passionate advocate for compassionate conservatism. We are looking at this issue very carefully. We're going to accept all the recommendations of the Holmes Review for public appointments, and I would point him in the direction of the DWP progression work that we are doing.
Alex Davies-Jones.
Mr. Speaker, next week we come together to recognise National Fertility Week. Yesterday I had the great opportunity to meet with Fertility First. We're a fantastic charity providing information to everyone who requires fertility treatment. What more can the Minister do to ensure we get fair and equal access to fertility treatment for everyone who needs it in the UK?
I thank the Honourable Lady for raising that. That's something that I'd be very happy to meet with her to discuss in due course. She will know I've only returned to the role for a few hours, so I don't have a full answer for her, but I'm very happy to work with her on the issue.
Richards.
Mr. Speaker, what is the Secretary of State's response to the allegations made yesterday following her appointment by Ben Cohen of Pink News?
Mr. Speaker, if I may, I know everyone wants to start PMQs very quickly, so please forgive me if my answer is a tad longer than it ordinarily would be. I'm afraid that this particular individual is someone who uses Twitter as a tool for defamation. He has even sued people in this House, like the Honourable Member for Edinburgh West. And I think what is, he's been sued by, pardon me, the Honourable Member for Edinburgh West. What I would like to say, Mr. Speaker, as we do begin a new era of equalities, is that the Equality Act is a shield, not a sword. It is there to protect people, white, gay or straight. We are running a compassionate equality strategy, and we should not be distracted by people who use Twitter as...
Before we come to Prime Minister's questions, I'd like to point out the British Sign Language interpretation of proceedings is available to watch on Parliament Live TV. We start with questions to Prime Minister. In welcoming the Prime Minister, I call Dr Alan Whitehead.
Question one, Mr. Speaker.
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker,
Can I just say, don't damage the furniture. Cheer him by all means, but don't damage. Come on.
Mr. Speaker, this morning I had meetings with ministerial colleagues and others. In addition to my duties in this House, I shall have further such meetings later today.
I'd like to congratulate the Prime Minister on his new post and indeed as being the first Prime Minister of a South Asian heritage, which will be a cause of great pride among many of my constituents. I also have some pride in welcoming a fellow Saints Southampton supporter into number 10. During his prime ministerial campaigns, the last prime ministerial campaign he ran, he pledged to prohibit any development of onshore wind, which is now the cheapest form of power available to us in the country. Now he is Prime Minister. Will he change his mind on that point?
Prime Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable gentleman for his kind words and look forward to seeing him at St Mary's. Although I know my friend, the Leader of the House, may have something to say about our love of Saints. Look, when it comes to energy policy, I stick by what we said in our manifesto, Mr. Speaker. The important thing is, though, to focus on our long-term energy security. That means more renewables, more offshore wind, and indeed more nuclear. That's what this government will deliver.
I'm surprised, Mr. Speaker, to be asking a question, and I know you're shocked, Mr. Speaker, too, because I know that you, like many people, thought I would have already been offered a ministerial post.
Let me tell you, I didn't hold my breath. Philip Davis.
Go figure, as Joe Biden might say. Can I congratulate my right honourable friend on becoming Prime Minister? He's absolutely the right person for the job, and I wish him every success in post. And as he knows, he's got my full support. His two immediate predecessors made levelling up a key part of their agenda. Would he reaffirm his commitment to levelling up and start, as he means to go on, by approving the Levelling Up Fund bid for Bingley in my constituency?
Well, I'm grateful to my honourable friend for his warm remarks. I can confirm he must be the only person, Mr. Speaker, who texted me to say that he did not want a job in the last 24 hours. But I can give him my cast-iron commitment to levelling up, particularly in Yorkshire, which he and I share. Obviously, he'll know I can't comment on individual bids, but by the end of the year, an announcement is expected on the success, and I wish him every luck with that.
Let's come to the Leader of the Opposition, Keir Starmer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and may I welcome the Prime Minister. The first British Asian Prime Minister is a significant moment in our national story. And it's a reminder that for all the challenges we face as a country, Britain is a place where people of all races and all beliefs can fulfil their dreams. That's not true in every country, and many didn't think that they would live to see the day when it would be true here. It's part of what makes us all so proud to be British. Was his Home Secretary right to resign last week for a breach of security?
Prime Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, can I thank the honourable gentleman for his kind and indeed generous welcome to the dispatch box. I look forward to Prime Minister's question time with him, and I know that we will have, no doubt, robust exchanges, but I hope that they can also be serious and grown up. So I look forward to it. Well, he asked about the Home Secretary. The Home Secretary made an error of judgment, but she recognised that. She raised the matter and she accepted her mistake. And that's why I was delighted to welcome back into a united cabinet that brings experience and stability to the heart of government. And let me tell you, Mr. Speaker, what the Home Secretary will be focused on. She'll be focused on cracking down on criminals, on defending our borders, party opposite remains soft on crime and in favour of unlimited immigration.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Prime Minister stood on the steps of Downing Street and promised integrity, professionalism and accountability. But then, with his first act, he appointed a Home Secretary who was sacked by his predecessor a week ago for deliberately pinging around sensitive Home Office documents from her personal account. Far from soft on crime, I ran the Crown Prosecution Service for 5 years. I worked with Home Secretaries to take on terrorists and serious organised crime. And I know firsthand how important it is that we have a Home Secretary whose integrity and professionalism are beyond question. So, have officials raised concerns about his decision to appoint her?
Mr. Speaker, I just addressed the issue with the Home Secretary, but he talked about fighting crime. I would hope, Mr. Speaker, I would hope that he would welcome. I would hope that as we look forward, he would welcome the news today that there are over 15,000 new police officers on our street. And the Home Secretary will be supporting them to tackle burglaries. While the party opposite will be backing the lunatic protesting fringe that are stopping working people going about their lives.
Yes, Starmer.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I listened carefully. That was clearly not a no. We can all see what's happened here. He's so weak, he's done a grubby deal, trading national security because he was scared to lose another leadership election. There's a new Tory at the top, but as always with them, party first, country second. Yesterday, on the steps of Downing Street, he also admitted what the whole country knows. The Tories have crashed the economy, and now somebody has to pay for their mess. I say it shouldn't be working people who've been hammered time and again by this lot, but those with the broadest shoulders must step up. Does he agree?
No. Well, Mr. Speaker, the honourable gentleman talked about party first and country second. Perhaps he could explain to us why it was a few years ago he was supporting the member for Islington North. Mr. Speaker, my record is clear. When times are difficult in this country, I will always protect the most vulnerable. That is the values of our compassionate party. We did it in COVID and we will do that again.
Mr. Speaker, he says he'll protect the most vulnerable. Let's test that. The government currently allows very rich people to live here but register abroad for tax purposes. I don't need to explain to the Prime Minister how non-dom status works. He already knows all about that. It costs the Treasury £3.2 billion every year. Why doesn't he put his money where his mouth is and get rid of it?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I have been honest. We will have to take difficult decisions to restore economic stability and confidence. And my honourable friend, the Chancellor, will set that out in an autumn statement in just a few weeks. But what I can say, as we did during COVID, we will always protect the most vulnerable. We will do this in a fair way. But what I can say, I am glad, Mr. Speaker, that the party opposite, honourable gentleman, has finally realised that spending does need to be paid for. It is a novel concept for the party opposite. This government is going to restore economic stability, and we will do it in a fair and compassionate way.
I know he's been away for a few weeks, but he should have listened to what's been going on the last 2. But anyway, I have to say, I'm surprised he's still defending non-dom status. He pretends he's on the side of working people, but in private he says something very different. Over the summer, he was secretly recorded at a garden party in Tunbridge Wells. boasting to a group of Tory members that he personally moved money away from deprived areas to wealthy places instead. Rather than apologise or pretend that he meant something else, why doesn't he now do the right thing and undo the changes that he made to those funding formulas?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I know the right honourable gentleman rarely leaves North London. But if he does, he will know that there are deprived areas in our rural communities, in our coastal communities, and across the south, and this government will relentlessly support them, because we are a government that will deliver for people across the United Kingdom. But Mr. Speaker, he mentioned the last few weeks. I am the first to admit that mistakes were made, and that's the reason I am standing here. But that is the difference between him and me. This summer, I was being honest about the difficulties that we were facing. But when he ran for leader, he promised his party he would borrow billions and billions of pounds. I told the truth for the good of the country. He told his party what it wanted to hear. Leadership is not selling fairy tales. It is confronting challenges, and that is the leadership the British people will get from this government.
Mr. Speaker, I think everyone should watch the video and make their own minds up. In public, he claims he wants to level up the north, but then he boasts about trying to funnel vital investment away from deprived areas. He says one thing and does another. But they're shouting. They're not my words. They're not my words. They're the words of the former chair of the Tory party, sacked yesterday for telling the truth about the Prime Minister. Even his own side know he's not on the side of working people. That's why the only time he ran in a competitive election, he got trounced by the former Prime Minister, who herself got beaten by a lettuce. So why doesn't he put it to the test, let working people have their say and call a general election?
Well, it'll take a long time to get through this paper if we carry on like this, Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, he talks about mandates, about votes, about elections. It's a bit rich coming from the person who tried to overturn the biggest democratic vote in our country's history. Our mandate is based on a manifesto that we were elected on, to remind him an election that we won and they lost. A mandate that says we want a stronger NHS, better schools, safer streets, control of our borders and levelling up. That is the mandate that I and this government will deliver for the British people.
Heather's not even answering questions. You want more? Come on, Heather.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to congratulate my right honourable friend, our new Prime Minister, and also to thank our previous Prime Minister for the straightforward way she has handled her resignation, and I wish her and her family well for the future. Would my right honourable friend please use this, his first appearance of the dispatch box, to make it clear to the British Medical Council and the British Dental Association that, as well as more training spaces opening up, that they must allow new doctors and dentists to work in the UK so that the good people of South Derbyshire can get treatment on the NHS.
Well, I thank my honourable friend for her question. She's absolutely right. I'm pleased that there are 3,500 more doctors and over 9,000 more nurses working this year than last. But she's right, and we are working to simplify the registration for dentists in particular that are not trained here to practice here, and that's how we'll help deliver a long-term workforce plan for the NHS and ensure everyone can get the care they need.
Let's come to the leader of the SNP, Ian Blackford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I congratulate the new Prime Minister on becoming the first British Asian to hold the office. The significance and the symbolism of this achievement is to be warmly welcomed by everyone. Mr Speaker, yesterday on the steps of Downing Street, the new Prime Minister promised to bring, and I quote, compassion to the challenges that we face today. So, on his first full day in the job, let's put that to the test. A winter of uncertainty is coming, and next April will see a cliff edge moment. Millions face a double whammy as the energy price guarantee is cut off, while households are hit by austerity 2.0 and a real terms cut to social security benefits that many rely on to survive. If people are actually to trust the new Prime Minister's words about compassion, will he today reassure people and guarantee that benefits will rise in line with inflation in his upcoming budget?
Well, Mr Speaker, I thank the Right Honourable Gentleman for his, again, kind remarks. And what I can tell him is my record on this is clear. Through the difficult times that we faced in this country through COVID, I always acted in a way to protect the most vulnerable. That's because it is the right thing to do, and those are the values of our compassionate party. And I can absolutely reassure him and give him that commitment that we will continue to act like that in the weeks ahead.
Blackford.
Well, Mr Speaker, let's test that, because as Chancellor, the Prime Minister slashed universal credit and presided over the worst levels. Well, you know, for the hard of hearing on the Tory side, I might remind them that universal credit was cut by £20 a week and presided over the worst levels of poverty in North West Europe. So I hope that he has learned from his mistakes and guarantees that benefits will rise in line with inflation. But speaking of mistakes, yesterday the Prime Minister appointed a Home Secretary who was forced to resign only last week for breaching the ministerial code, and who boasted that she dreamed of sending vulnerable asylum seekers to Rwanda. We all know why he appointed her, a sleazy backroom deal to shore up his own position. Far from being a fresh start, this is a return to the sleaze and scandal and ghosts of cabinets past. The Prime Minister promised to govern with integrity and humility. So if he has an ounce of either, will he admit his mistake and sack the Home Secretary without the delay?
Mr Speaker, I was pleased to actually have a call last night with the First Minister of Scotland. It was important that I spoke to her on my first day in office, because I wanted to express my desire to work constructively with the Scottish Government so that we can work together to deliver for the people of Scotland, and that is what I plan to do. And indeed, I hope crime is one of the things that we can collaborate on, because he will know that violent crime is rising in Scotland and police numbers are falling, whereas here we are increasing police numbers, Mr Speaker. But I look forward to working with the Scottish Government on our shared challenges, because I believe in a strong United Kingdom.
Dr Andrew Marissa.
Mr Speaker, what a pleasure it was to welcome the Prime Minister to my constituency in the summer. He will know one of the burning issues in my constituency is the proposed waste incinerator at Westbury. With the government rightly reviewing its air quality targets, can I ask my right honourable friend to signal his intent to continue promoting public health, net zero and the environment by placing a moratorium on any more unwanted, unnecessary, toxic waste burners?
Prime Minister.
I can tell my honourable friend, I know he's been a vociferous campaigner on this issue, as I learned over the summer. He'll know that local authorities determine these issues, but also to reassure him that all large incinerators in England must comply with strict emission limits and only receive permits if plants don't cause any damage to human health. And hopefully that is reassuring for him.
Caroline Lucas.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. The Prime Minister's reckless predecessor took a wrecking ball to nature, prompting millions of members of the RSPB, the National Trust and the Wildlife Trust to rise up in opposition. Yesterday, he promised to fix her mistakes, as well as to uphold the party's 2019 manifesto. So if he is a man of his word, will he start by reversing the green light she gave to fracking, since it's categorically not been shown to be safe, and instead maintain the moratorium that was pledged in that very manifesto that he has promised to uphold?
Well, I've already said I stand by the manifesto on that, but what I would say is that I'm proud that this government has passed the landmark Environment Act, putting more protection for the natural environment than we've ever had, with a clear plan to deliver. And I can give the Honourable Lady my commitment that we will deliver on all those ambitions. We will deliver on what we said at COP, because we care deeply about passing our children an environment in better state than we found it ourselves.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I too would like to welcome the Prime Minister to his place. Farmers in my constituency of Clwyd South are delighted that after 20 years they are once more able to sell Welsh lamb to the US market. Would the Prime Minister comment on the size and prospects of this market for our world-beating Welsh lamb?
Mr. Speaker, I congratulate my colleague on the fantastic achievement. I can tell him that market is worth, I think, something like almost £40 million over the first few years. Enormous boost for our lamb farmers. I would just encourage the 300 million US consumers to give Yorkshire Swaledale a lamb a look in as well. But I know he and I, if we disagree on that, are united on the fact that we will unequivocally back British farming and British farmers.
Janet Davey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is certainly a topsy-turvy Tory government. A few days ago, I was going to put my question to the former Prime Minister. But my inbox has been full of emails from constituents of Lewisham East writing to me about their desperate situation, of their wages simply not going far enough. I'm also receiving emails about rents going up, energy prices going up, mortgages going up, and of course the cost of living is already up. This week, my constituents are writing to me demanding a general election, and I absolutely agree with them. So can the Prime Minister tell me and my constituents when there will be a general election?
Mr. Speaker, we've already addressed that, but I would say, as I said in the summer, I said inflation is indeed the enemy. It makes everyone poorer, it erodes savings, and that's why it will be a priority of our government to grip and reduce inflation and provide support to those who need it, as we do.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This autumn, I'm launching my campaign to extend the Chilterns area of natural beauty across thousands of acres of scenic beauty, chalk streams and valuable habitats that happen to surround the wonderful town of Hitchin in my constituency. Would the Prime Minister join me in celebrating areas protected by AONB status and indeed support my campaign to potentially extend them in rural Hertfordshire?
Well, I thank my honourable friend, because I know this is a matter of great importance to him and his constituents, and he's right to highlight the benefit that natural parks and AONBs can bring to our lives and our well-being. I understand actually that Natural England is considering an extension of the Chilterns area of outstanding natural beauty, and I know my honourable friend will be vigorously taking up his campaign with them.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I welcome the Prime Minister to his place. A nurse would have to work over 20,000 years in order to match the vast wealth of this Prime Minister. The Prime Minister knows only too well that the super-rich could easily afford to pay more in taxes. So rather than announce a new wave of cuts and austerity, wouldn't it be fairer for the Prime Minister to introduce wealth taxes on the very richest in our society?
Well, Mr. Speaker, we will always support our hard-working nurses, and that's why, as Chancellor, we reintroduced the nurses' bursary and provided more training and introduced actually very strong pay increases. But as I committed to previously, as we approach the difficult decisions that confront us, we will do so in a way that is fair and is compassionate, because those are our values, and that's what we will deliver.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I welcome my right honourable friend's determination to be straight with people about the challenges we face as a country. Last week, the Care Quality Commission State of Care report on State of Care in England showed our health system in gridlock. And I hear the same from my constituents, struggling to see a GP or waiting for treatment. So can I urge him to make unblocking the NHS a priority for him and his Health Secretary?
My honourable friend knows this subject obviously very well from her own experience, and I thank her for the work she did previously in the department. She's absolutely right about the challenge that confronts us. It's why we've put billions of pounds into busting the backlogs and the elective recovery fund and are delivering funding and staffing to do that. But I look forward to working with her to deliver what we said in our manifesto, and that is a far stronger NHS.
Alan Smith.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I'd add my own congratulations to the Prime Minister on his appointment. We might not agree on everything, but I think we can all agree. Keep it coming. Mr Speaker, more respect. Because it's not just us. It's not just us. It's not just the SNP. And I will not be shouted down. It's not just the SNP. On the last opinion poll, 72% of the people of Scotland want back into the European Union. So if the Prime Minister is to maintain any credibility in the eyes of the people of Scotland, how long does he think he can deny Scotland's democracy?
Prime Minister.
Mr Speaker, I thank the honourable gentleman for his kind words. I mean, he talked about respect. I would gently urge him to respect the result of the referendum we had on this topic. But whilst we will disagree on that issue, I can tell him that I do remain committed to working constructively in partnership with the Scottish Government to deliver for the people of Scotland.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Last week I visited worried Year 3 and 6 pupils to hear their suggestions to tackle road safety, following a number of serious road accidents outside Boothroyd Academy in Dewsbury. They suggested the council should do more to help, that their parents should walk them to school to reduce traffic, and that commuters should slow down. Would my right honourable friend agree with me and with them that we all have a part to play in ensuring road safety outside our schools?
Can I say to my honourable friend, I think it's fantastic that he's engaging with his younger constituents at Boothroyd Academy on such an important issue, and I know they will welcome his commitment to supporting them. And I agree with him. There are various things we can do. There's an updated highway code which strengthens pedestrian access. Local authorities can introduce lower speed limits, and we're increasing the number of school streets which restrict motorised traffic at busy times. And I look forward to hearing progress on this issue from him.
Stephen Kinnock.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Yesterday, the Prime Minister stood on the steps of Downing Street and said that he wanted to restore trust. Yet in the past 24 hours, we've seen that he's prepared to shamelessly swap red boxes for political support. And there are real serious consequences to all this horse trading. So I'd like him to be clear on this point. Did he seek or receive any advice on security concerns about the Right Honourable Member for South Staffordshire before his appointment to the government yesterday, given that he was sacked in 2019 for leaking sensitive information relating to our national security?
Prime Minister.
Well, Mr Speaker, he's talking about events that happened 4 years ago, and he's right that he raised the topic of national security, because members opposite 4 years ago were busily supporting the member for Islington North, who wanted to abolish the nuclear deterrent, who wanted to leave NATO, and who wanted to scrap our armed forces. We won't take any lectures on national security, Mr Speaker.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I sincerely congratulate my right honourable friend and wish him every success. Over 3 years ago, my constituent Harry Dunn was killed in a tragic road accident, and I'd like to ask my right honourable friend to join me in congratulating Harry Dunn's family for the incredible campaign they've run for over 3 years, with huge support from all colleagues across the House on finally achieving justice for Harry.
I pay tribute to my right honourable friend for her role, and indeed the former Foreign Secretary as well, and indeed colleagues from all over the House for the part they've played in bringing about this outcome. My thoughts are obviously with the family, and I join in her sentiments that this is very welcome.
Daisy Cooper.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. West Hertfordshire Hospital Trust in my area is still hoping to receive funds from the new hospitals programme, the same programme that is supposed to deliver the government's so-called 40 new hospitals. There's been a lot of speculation that the new Prime Minister and his Chancellor might seek to cut infrastructure projects. So can the Prime Minister confirm to me that my local hospital trust, as well as all of the other local hospital trusts that are set to benefit from the new hospitals programme, will in fact get that money? Yes or no?
Well, Mr Speaker, the Chancellor will set out our plans in the autumn statement shortly, but this is the government that put in place plans which will remain to significantly increase capital expenditure, and even though difficult decisions do need to be made, I think the country can rest assured that we will continue to invest in our future productivity and indeed invest in our public services like the NHS.
Wendy Moore.
Mr Speaker, in my Aldridge Brown Hills constituency, we're at risk of 8,000 new homes being dumped in the constituency. Will my right honourable friend use the opportunity of this Prime Minister's question to reaffirm the government's commitment to protecting the Greenbelt and to adopting a really rigorous brownfield first policy?
Well, can I say thank you to my honourable friend for her question, and I can give her that assurance. She's absolutely right. We must protect our green belt, and we are adopting a brownfield first strategy. I'm pleased we had a record number of new homes built in the last year, but it's important that we build those homes in the right places.
Luke Jones.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Whilst welcoming the new Prime Minister to his place, we remember that law-breaking was the order of the day in Downing Street during the pandemic. We will never forget that this current Prime Minister was fined by the police for attending a birthday party hosted by his next-door neighbour. As both a witness and a participant to that law-breaking, if the Privileges Committee investigation into the former Prime Minister calls him to give evidence, will he fully cooperate?
Minister.
Mr Speaker, of course, and I addressed these matters earlier this year.
Michael Fabricant.
Mr Speaker, you will know that I fought hard to bring back Boris. In '97, I campaigned for Kenneth Clarke and then for Michael Portillo. So I can't always get it right. But you know, I do know about the West Midlands. I know that the West Midlands Mayor very much welcomes the reappointment of the Levelling Up Secretary, and that he looks forward to working with our new Prime Minister. So may I just ask him, what is his vision for levelling up?
Well, I thank my honourable friend for their question, and what I can say is our desire is to ensure that people, wherever they live in our fantastic country, have enormous pride in the place they call home and every opportunity to succeed. And you know what? It is the fantastic Mayor Andy Street who is delivering that for his constituents in the West Midlands.
That completes questions. Right, let us come to the urgent question. I call the Shadow Home Secretary, Yvette Cooper.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. To ask a question to the Home Secretary about her resignation and reappointment.
Gone away.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I was disappointed in leaving my last department last night that I'd no longer be seeing the Right Honourable Lady across the dispatch box. I'm so glad she's put that right for me today. She's got a good memory, and as I know she'll recall from last week, that my honourable friend, the member for Bassett Law, said in responding to the question tabled by the Right Honourable Lady, the questions relating to breaches of the ministerial code or related issues are a matter for the Prime Minister and the Cabinet Office, not the Home Office, which is why I'm here, Mr Speaker, answering the question today, and not the Home Secretary. Mr Speaker, my honourable friend, the member for Bassetlaw, set out the circumstances regarding the departure of the Home Secretary last week. The Home Secretary made an error of judgment. She recognised her mistake. She took responsibility for her actions. The Ministerial Code allows for a range of sanctions where mistakes have been made. The Home Secretary recognised her mistake, raised the matter and stepped down. Her resignation was accepted by the then Prime Minister. Mr Speaker, the Right Honourable Lady will be aware ministerial appointments are a matter solely for the Prime Minister as the Sovereign's principal adviser on the appointment, dismissal and acceptance of resignations of ministers. The Prime Minister was very clear in his speech to the nation yesterday that this government will have integrity, professionalism and accountability at every level. He has said he will work day in, day out to earn the trust of the country and to live up to the demands and expectations the public rightly have of their Prime Minister. And the Prime Minister expects all ministers to uphold the values and standards set by the Ministerial Code, as the public would rightly expect. As I've set out, the Home Secretary made an error of judgment. She recognised her mistake. She took accountability for her actions in stepping down. After consideration, the PM has decided, given the apology issued by the Home Secretary, to reappoint her to the government. They are now focused together on working to make our streets safer and to control our borders. But while we should learn from mistakes, we should also look to the future. The Prime Minister has appointed a team of ministers to lead this country through the issues the country faces. All ministers are bound by the Ministerial Code, and the Prime Minister expects his ministers to uphold the Code and hold the highest standards. As I've noted, the Ministerial Code allows for a range of sanctions of breaches, and on the recommendation of the Committee on Standards in Public Life, the Code was updated in May to make this clear. On an ongoing basis, we will need every minister, through our actions and in how we conduct ourselves, to demonstrate that we can continue to command this Prime Minister's confidence as we tackle the huge challenges of the country to come.
Yvette Cooper.
What you like.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My questions are about security breaches and the protection of our national security. They are questions to the Home Secretary, who was here just 5 minutes ago and who left. Yesterday, the Prime Minister promised integrity, professionalism and accountability, yet they've discarded the Ministerial Code, reappointed someone who breached core professional standards and has now run away from basic accountability to this House. It is the same old Tory chaos and it is letting the country down. So I have questions for the Home Secretary that the government needs to answer. The Home Secretary accepted she sent an official document via her personal email to someone who was not authorised to see it. Is this the only time she has done this? Or has she shared other documents or other sensitive information? The Home Secretary is responsible for national security. So, has the Home Office, Cabinet Office or Security Service now undertaken an investigation into her security breaches to see how many others there have been? And can I urge him to make sure that happens urgently? What security clearance has the Home Secretary been given? Does she still have access to the most sensitive documents and information? And did the Cabinet Secretary warn against her reappointment? She has been Home Attorney General. She's been a minister on and off for 4 years, so she knows the rules about government documents, yet she sent one to her own private email to someone outside the government and also copied it by accident to someone else entirely. How is anyone supposed to believe she is such a novice that she didn't know exactly what she was doing? And if she really is that much of a novice, why on earth are the rest of us supposed to trust her with our national security? And it's been reported that she sent this as an error of judgment because she was tired after going on an early morning raid. Well, is the Home Office supposed to just block her phone and her emails if she's been up half the night because she might do stupid things while she is tired? And there are suggestions that the Home Secretary was, while she was Attorney General, was investigated for a leak of information relating to the security service. Is that true? The The Minister is a former policing minister. Does he think that if police officers breached their code of ethics and were sacked or forced to resign, they should then be reappointed to their jobs 6 days later because they said sorry? Or is it just one rule for the Cabinet and another for everyone else? Everyone knows this was a grubby deal to get a coronation to put party before country, but national security is too important for this.
Mr Speaker, the Prime Minister has made clear that this government will act with professionalism, integrity and accountability. That is exactly what this government will be doing. I cannot comment, Mr Speaker, as the Right Honourable Lady will be aware, on what the Cabinet Secretary may or may not do. That is a matter for the Cabinet Secretary. On the speculation that she raised, I'm not going to comment on speculation either. The Right Honourable Lady would not expect me to do so. At the end of the day, it's very simple. The Home Secretary made a mistake. She's acknowledged that she made a mistake. She offered her resignation and she stood down. The Prime Minister has looked again, and the Prime Minister has decided, as is his decision, that she can return to government. I believe in redemption. I hope the Right Honourable Lady can as well. And she is busy today, as she will be, doing the job of the Home Secretary, keeping our borders secure, helping the police to do their job. And I'm sure the Right Honourable Lady welcomes, as I do, the fact that we have now over 15,000 additional police officers delivering day in, day out for the country. That is what you can rely upon this government to do.
Sir Bernard.
Can I remind my Right Honourable friend that I recall that Tony Blair had to remove one of his very senior and trusted ministers for a breach of the ministerial code, and later reappointed him to the government. I think what the public will respect is the fact that we have a system that holds ministers accountable for breaches of the code, but that there is learning from mistakes and not just blame. And I can vouch for the highest integrity of my Right Honourable friend, the Home Secretary. I don't blame the opposition for 1 minute for doing their job and for probing this matter, because matters of national security are extremely important. But can I give my confidence to the government they've acted proportionately in this matter?
I thank my Right Honourable friend for the question. Yes, he's absolutely right. There were circumstances in other administrations in which the Right Honourable Lady played a prominent part of members of the government making mistakes and then being brought back themselves into the same administration. I think if people have made a mistake, if they've accepted they made a mistake, if they have stepped down as a result of that mistake, that does enable them at a future point to be re-employed if they've got a good job to do. And my Right Honourable and learned friend has an important job to do.
SNP spokesperson Stuart C. Bagdon.
Mr Speaker, new Prime Minister, same old Tories. A government, just like its predecessors, that clearly does not think the ministerial code is worth the paper it's written on. This appointment is an absolute disgrace. So many questions, quite simply, have not been answered. How many so-called errors of judgment have there been? Do ministers behave like this all the time, as one source close to the Home Secretary apparently said? Did the Cabinet Office raise concerns prior to this particular breach? And who first alerted officials to that breach? Who is undertaking an inquiry? Will there finally be an independent ethics advisor? And isn't it shocking that there isn't one just now? But as the Minister acknowledged, Mr Speaker, the real question here is for the Prime Minister, because there are a million other reasons why the Home Secretary is unfit for office, from trashing the Office of Attorney General to our refugee bashing policies, from our trash talk of Benefit Street to advocating withdrawal from ECHR, from our anti-migration, anti-growth policies to being the last defender of tax cuts for the rich. And then there is a Rwanda dream. Mr Speaker, how can the Prime Minister ever talk again about integrity and compassion in politics after blatantly making an appointment in his own interest, but which is completely against everybody else's interests? Actions speak louder than words, Mr Speaker.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I have to reiterate my Right Honourable learned friend made a mistake. She acknowledged that. She stepped down and she's been reported. But the Honourable Gentleman does raise an important point, and I'm glad he has, about the independent adviser. He'll be reassured that I know it is absolutely the Prime Minister's intention to appoint an independent adviser, the right thing to do, and I know that is absolutely my Right Honourable friend's intention.
Sir Desmond Swell.
Last week, the Home Secretary's sharing of a draft parliamentary answer barely got a mention. They were all over it because this was a damaging policy row with the Prime Minister's subordinate. She lost her Home Secretary. Why does he think that's changed?
The former Prime Minister lost her Home Secretary because the Home Secretary recognised she had made a mistake. She accepted that mistake and she offered to resign, and that resignation was accepted. I don't think that means that a mistake should hang over someone for the rest of their career. There is the opportunity for redemption, and the Prime Minister has decided that that would be an appropriate appointment. I know he is working hard with the Home Secretary on the immense challenges that we face.
Ben Bradshaw.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's notable how much support the Home Secretary has on the benches opposite. She did immense damage. She did immense damage in her previous brief tenure in the job to our relations with India, with her comments about Indian visitors overstaying their visas. The consequence of which means that now the British people are the only people in Europe who don't have access to e-visas to visit India. That's doing great damage to our tourism sector and jeopardising the travel plans of thousands of British families. Would he use his good offices, please, in the Cabinet Office to bang heads together in government, get this sorted out and try to repair the damage the Home Secretary did when she was in the job last time?
Mr. Speaker, our relationship with India is clearly important. I know the right honourable gentleman would not expect me to go into detail about that, and I note from the ticker that we have a question to follow. I'm sure he'll be making that, using that opportunity to make the points that he is making today.
Robert Halford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Given the reappointment of the Home Secretary and what the Prime Minister said about 50,000 more police officers, will he make sure, working with the Home Secretary, that we get more of those police officers in Harlow on the beat, which is what our residents want?
My right honourable friend will be aware that I'm not the policing minister. Had I been the policing minister, I'm sure I would have talked about operational independence of the police. But what I'm proud to say on behalf of the government is there is actually well over 15,000 new police officers, additional police officers. That is a tremendous step forward. And with those extra resources, the police operationally can make use of them as they wish. I'm sure they'll have heard my right honourable friend.
Angela Lee.
Very much, Mr. Speaker. The Ministerial Code has been honoured, it seems to me, more in the breach than in the observance in the last period of multiple governments and the clown show that we've seen operating on the party government benches. The Minister says that the new Prime Minister is going to appoint an independent advisor on the Ministerial Code. Can he give this House an assurance that when that appointment is made, and we expect it to be soon, that there will be a proper investigation into the behaviour of the Home Secretary in her last iteration before she had her 6 days off?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I say, I reaffirm the point I made that the Prime Minister is keen to appoint an independent adviser. But I have to say events in the last administration would not be properly part of the remit of the new independent adviser. That was a matter that was dealt with under the previous administration, that we have a new administration, and the Home Secretary has been appointed to her post.
Alistair Cummer.
Appointment by this Prime Minister of a Home Secretary is not something relating to the previous administration, Mr. Speaker. If the Minister is correct in his assertion that there is nothing improper or inappropriate about this appointment, then surely it will be in the Prime Minister and his government's own interests to have the independent adviser on the ministerial code run the rule over it once he or she is appointed.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the right honourable gentleman, I don't think there's any mysteries here. The fact is that a mistake was made. The Home Secretary accepted she made a mistake. She accepted that. She informed the relevant parties, and her resignation was accepted. So I don't see the grounds under which there would be any utility in the independent adviser going back over past ground.
Cavan Jones.
Can I ask the Minister, does the Home Secretary have full security clearance, including access to the most classified information?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I would not be able to comment on any matters of security. That's not a no. I would only. The right honourable gentleman knows me well. He knows that I would not say anything in front of this House that I don't know. So I do not know what the security clearance is of the Home Secretary. But what I do know is that the Home Secretary is in the Home Office doing her job, acting as Home Secretary, doing the right things we need to keep our borders secure, and that includes all aspects of counter-terrorism and the full remit of the role of the Home Secretary.
Samuel Wilson.
Mr. Speaker. Can I congratulate the Home Secretary on her appointment and wish her well in a very difficult job. The fact that she made a mistake and confessed to making a mistake and said she was sorry for making the mistake and then took the honourable decision to step down from her job is not unique in this, and then was reappointed. That's not unique in this House. There's not a party in this House that hasn't reappointed somebody. The ministerial position in circumstances like that are even worse. I think that the real judgment we'll make on the Home Secretary will be whether or not she tackles crime in our streets. Does she deal with those protesters who are defacing our artworks and disrupting our streets? And does she take on the criminal gangs who are ruthlessly exploiting those desperate immigrants who are trying to get into our country?
Minister.
I thank the honourable gentleman for his characteristically fresh approach, because a lot of people, I think, in this House could remember the fact that many people have been appointed within their respective parties who've made mistakes, who've accepted those mistakes, and who are prepared to make a fresh start. And I thank him for his openness in saying that and reminding us that that is the case across this House. And I agree, the real challenges are the challenges that face this country in the years ahead. And the Home Secretary is hard at work getting on with it.
Dame Diana Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Minister has talked a lot about accountability today, and the Home Affairs Select Committee has an important role in scrutinising and questioning the Home Secretary and her policies. We haven't been able to do that since, I think, February the 2nd of this year. And in terms of accountability and making this place work properly, we need Home Secretaries and Ministers to come before the Home Affairs Select Committee. So can the Minister just confirm that the Home Secretary, as she now is, back, she will appear before the Home Affairs Select Committee, as will all her ministers, because this morning we heard some very disturbing evidence about the chaos that currently exists within the immigration system in this country.
Minister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I clearly can't make commitments on behalf of my fellow ministers, but it's a long-established practice of this House that ministers make themselves available, and I've got no doubt that my ministerial colleagues will be very, very aware of that.
Andy Slaughter.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Minister's defence of the Home Secretary reminds me of the old saying, the louder he talked of his honour, the faster we counted our spoons. But can he tell me, given the Prime Minister said a few moments ago that the Right Honourable for South Staffordshire was reappointed to the Cabinet despite his leaking of confidential data, because that was 4 years ago. This is 6 days ago. What's the minimum period for punishment now or for rehabilitation for breach of the ministerial code?
Minister.
I'm sure the honourable gentleman understands that if people have made a mistake and accept they've made a mistake, then a Prime Minister is entitled to look again, to re-evaluate what the circumstances were and decide whether or not it would be appropriate for a person to serve in office. And that may be the case after a few days, or after a few months, or after a few years. The question is on the circumstances of the case. And in these circumstances, in the circumstances of my right honourable learned friend, the Prime Minister has chosen to invite her back into the government.
Hal Williams.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Is there a published tariff for offending Cabinet Ministers, possibly a period of restorative justice, remission for good behaviour, perhaps even probation options, or is it just a matter of political convenience?
Minister.
Well, it does, Madam Deputy Speaker, depend on the circumstances of the time. And it's very important, if someone says that they made a mistake, that the mistake they've made is looked at in the context of the ministerial code, and that has a range of sanctions. And I think we all know in this House that we serve and we do our utmost, and actually to admit to a mistake, to have that recognised and have that sanction is in itself a serious matter, as I'm sure the Honourable Gentleman would agree.
Dame Meg Hillier.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. We all know mistakes happen, but, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Minister talks about though it's a junior member of staff who's made an inadvertent clerical error. This was the Home Secretary who released secret information through a personal email address. It suggests a pattern of behaviour that she thinks it's okay to snap on her phone and do that at 4 in the morning and make this atrocious mistake. This is much more serious than the Minister is trying to paint it. I had the privilege of serving in this Home Office. It would never have happened under previous governments. Will the Minister not demean himself any further and recognise honestly to this House that this is in a different scale than the way he's trying to present it?
Yeah. Minister.
I'm not certain if I'm trying to present it in any way, Madam Deputy Speaker, other than the facts that we know, and they are contained within the resignation letter of my right honourable learned friends, who set out that she had made a mistake and she apologised for the mistake that she had made. And clearly the Prime Minister has taken a view. The Home Secretary has returned to government and has a task ahead of her.
Tahir Ali.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Would the Minister confirm under this Prime Minister, and who knows how long he's going to be in the office for, that the ministerial code will be updated to say as long as you acknowledge and recognise your mistake, that you can be reappointed immediately?
The ministerial code was last updated in May of this year. I very much doubt there's any further update likely to come. The ministerial code ensured that it did say, we made it clearer after a recommendation from the Committee for Standards in Public Life, that it's not the case that every single breach of the ministerial code should result in a resignation or dismissal, that there are appropriate measures that need to be put in place depending on the circumstances of the case.
Wendy Chamberlain.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. In other workplaces, when somebody returns to work following a data breach, inadvertent or otherwise, there is a risk assessment carried out. So can I ask what risk assessment is the Home Office carrying out to ensure these things don't happen again? And indeed, what assurances is the Home Secretary giving to ensure that she does not engage in this behaviour again?
Minister.
Look, I'm absolutely certain that the Home Secretary is clearly very, very aware that she has made a mistake, very aware that this cannot be ever repeated, and I think it's a salutary lesson not only for her but for everyone else who is privileged to serve in government, that we need to be extraordinarily careful on these matters. So I think we should leave it there. She knows what she needs to do for the future, and she knows that she has to ensure that there is no such repetition, but she will focus on her proper role, which is to ensure the safety of this country and the future of the police.
Clive Efford.
The role of Home Secretary has major security implications for our country. So does the Minister accept that a Home Secretary that doesn't have full security clearance cannot do the job?
I don't know where.
Minister.
I don't know where the Honourable Gentleman has got the concept of people not having full security clearance. I don't understand where that would come from. As I've already said, the Home Secretary is doing the job of the Home Secretary with all of that entails. So I hope that reassures the Honourable Gentleman.
Phil Clark.
Mr Speaker, can the Minister tell us whether anyone in government, including the members of Cabinet, are using personal email accounts to conduct government business?
By and large, there is you use government communications to conduct government business, but as I understand it, that's not a total and complete ban. There will be certain circumstances when things are nugatory, where there may be circumstances where other forms of communication. We all live in a digital age. We need to have very, very rapid communications. And as the Honourable Lady will be aware, there is a whole range of communications that are legitimately entered into by ministers, including in relation to their constituency or in relation to political issues, that cannot be conducted and should not be conducted on government mechanisms.
Wayne Davis.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Last week, the Cabinet Office Minister, who's in his place, said very clearly to myself in response to a question and other members that there had been a significant security breach by the Home Secretary and this had led to her resignation. And yet the Home Secretary had inferred that the real reason for her dismissal was a blazing row between her and the then Prime Minister. This was clearly not the case and not the reason for her departing government. What does this say about the Home Secretary and the new Prime Minister?
Minister.
The Honourable Gentleman will forgive me if I look for the text as to the rationale for my Right Honourable and learned friend's departure in the text of her resignation letter, where she made it absolutely clear that she had made a mistake and that she was sorry she had made a mistake, and she felt it was appropriate in those circumstances to tender her resignation.
Vera Hobhouse.
Deputy Speaker, can I ask again, is a simple apology now enough for anybody who breaches the ministerial code and gets reinstated after 6 days without any inquiry?
Yeah.
Minister.
I think it really does depend on the circumstances, and it really does depend on what has happened, and it really does depend on what other methods can be used to sanction the member of the government concerned. So there may well be circumstances, as is stated in the ministerial code, where some sanction other than resignation or dismissal is appropriate.
Florence Eshalomi.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I've listened to the Minister this morning outline that the Home Secretary has apologised and she's been reappointed. We have a situation where there are 6 police authorities that are in special measures. We have a situation where in some parts of the country, trust and confidence in the police is at an all-time low. But yet we want these same officers to go out and arrest criminals and uphold the law. Does the Minister not recognise that having a Home Secretary who's broken a law, something so serious, who may not then command the trust and confidence in those same very police officers?
Minister.
I think the Honourable Lady would have said that there's no suggestion here of a breach of the law. There was a mistake made by the Home Secretary, something which she has accepted and she has apologised for. And I'm sorry that there's very little to add to that. She is determined, as we all are, to give the police the powers they need and the resources they need to go after the criminals which the Honourable Lady referred to. And I think she will welcome, as I do, the fact we've now got 15,000 additional police officers.
Jim Shannon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and can I thank the Minister very much for his responses to the questions. Can I say this very gently, rather than focusing upon political point scoring, can we instead focus upon political solutions? Can I ask the Minister this question? Can he give an indication of when government will outline fresh plans as to how this government, our government, will address the issue of illegal channel crossings that put lives in danger each day and week, and our services at our breaking point to help those migrants who seek a better future?
Minister.
I thank the Honourable Gentleman for reminding us of the real issues that underpin this administration and are affecting our country. I'm not going to set out a timetable for the Honourable Gentleman. That's for others to do. But I absolutely recognise the pith of his comments. There are really important challenges that we need to get after. That is right there amongst them. And I've got absolute confidence that the Home Secretary and the Minister for Immigration are working on that night and day to get us the results that we need.
I thank the Minister for answering the urgent question. We now have urgent question, Nick Thomas-Symonds.
To ask the Secretary of State for International Trade if she will make a statement on progress on the UK-India free trade deal.
Madam Deputy Speaker, can I first say that it's good to be back at the Department for International Trade. Can I say that India is, of course, an economic superpower, projected to be the world's 3rd largest economy by the year 2050. Improving access to this dynamic market will provide huge opportunities for UK businesses, building on a trading relationship worth more than £24 billion in 2021. That's why we are negotiating an ambitious free trade agreement that works for both countries. We have already closed the majority of chapters and look forward to the next round of talks shortly. A strong FTA can strengthen the economic links between the UK and India, boosting the UK economy by more than £3 billion by 2035, helping families and communities. An FTA can cut red tape, making it cheaper for UK companies to sell into India's dynamic market, helping drive growth and support jobs across every nation and region of the UK. Greater access could help UK businesses reach over 1 billion more consumers, including India's growing middle class, estimated to reach $250 million by the year 2050, and give them a competitive edge over other countries that don't have a deal with India. An FTA with India supports the government's growth strategy by taking advantage of the United Kingdom's status as an independent trading nation, championing free trade that benefits the whole of the UK. We remain clear that we are working towards the best deal for both sides and won't sign until we have a deal that is fair, reciprocal, and ultimately in the best interests of the British people and the UK economy.
Shadow Secretary of State Nick Thomas Symonds.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I welcome the Minister back to the Department once again? Wish him well and thank him for his response. And I'm grateful to Mr Speaker for granting this urgent question. Not only is Diwali this year an important celebration, it also marks another milestone. In January of this year, negotiations on the UK-India trade deal began, with the government promising to conclude these talks by Diwali this week. Under this government, economic growth has been virtually non-existent, and promised progress on new trade deals has not materialised. They are all talk and no delivery, Madam Deputy Speaker. An agreement with India would not only be potentially worth billions of pounds to the UK economy and provide new markets for exporters, it would also offer the opportunity to advance key areas of shared interest. And on these benches, we have also been clear that it should also be an opportunity to raise issues like workers' rights, environmental and climate standards. But it appears that progress on trade talks have stalled, yet another product of Conservative infighting. Members across the House will be well aware of the comments on overstaying visas made by the Home Secretary that have caused such offence. So does the Minister agree with me that the Home Secretary has completely undermined the UK Government's negotiating position? Can he confirm if she will be withdrawing those comments? Has a future target date for completion of the deal been agreed, or is this destined to be kicked into the long grass along with the promised United States deal? And does the Minister acknowledge that the delay in this deal and the US deal means there is no prospect whatsoever of the Conservative Party meeting its manifesto aim of 80% of trade being covered by free trade agreements by the end of the year? And does the Minister not accept the very simple truth that on trade the Conservatives have quite simply broken their promises?
Minister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm delighted to have the opportunity to answer this urgent question and to answer some of the points that the honourable gentleman just raised. I will answer all of them. First one, on his question about the end of the deal. We have been clear that we have concluded, as we said we would, the majority of the chapters of the deal. 16 chapters across 26 policy areas have been agreed so far, Madam Deputy Speaker. He will know that after the end of each round of negotiations, there has been a written ministerial statement tabled in this place that he can study. Secondly, he asked about visas, and I think he's perhaps trying to have a second grab, the relation to the Home Secretary, which we've just heard another UQ on. I'm not sure if the Shadow Cabinet, Madam Deputy Speaker, are properly coordinating their UQs, but he should know in the area of trade that what we're talking about are Mode 4 arrangements. These aren't immigration arrangements. These relate to business visas, not for permanent settlement. And in terms of the Mode 4 arrangements, Madam Deputy Speaker, that remains an area of active negotiation. And then finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, he said that this government is all talk and no delivery when it comes on trade. And that was the thing that amazed me the most, because he's obscuring the bigger issue here for the opposition. Assuming we get a good deal for Britain on this deal, assuming we get a good deal elsewhere, as we have, for example, on Japan, on Australia and New Zealand. Now, I've been away from the department for a year, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I've yet to find in that year Labour supporting a single trade deal that has been undertaken by this government. They didn't support Japan. They were against the Singapore deal. They split 3 ways on Canada. And only last month, on Australia and New Zealand, they abstained as well. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, it is this government that is delivering on trade. It is the opposition that are in chaos and confusion. They have been unable to support a single trade deal to date, and it sounds like they won't be supporting this one either.
Anne-Marie Trevelyan.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'd like to commend my right honourable friend for taking this UQ. It's a pleasure to have a moment to pop down and be able to just add my voice to the really important point, which is this deal was commenced earlier this year. I had the privilege of launching it, and the Indian Prime Minister and we set ourselves a chance to really try and have the clarity of what a deal could look like between our two nations by Diwali. And I'm very pleased to hear that progress has been made across that. I think what's so important is to understand the value that this brings, not only because the diaspora in India is such an important part of our economy, and they have been incredibly important in driving what we try to achieve, but because so many British businesses are really excited at seeing some of those barriers come down. So perhaps I would be really pleased to hear from my friend what those key areas, particularly around the innovation of British businesses, will bring as this deal crystallises in the weeks ahead.
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, can I first of all thank her for the incredible service that she did at the Department for International Trade over the last year as Secretary of State, moving things forward in so many areas, crucially this area. When I left the department, the idea of an India trade deal was really, I think, just a concept rather than something that was very material. And 5 rounds of negotiations later, she is right. We are in a good place. Certainly, we expect the deal to do a lot on tariffs. Many of our exporters are facing really considerable tariffs on services, professional, financial, legal. I can't promise we're going to get everything in the deal. IP, easier for companies to work through innovation and so on, investment, life sciences. There are a huge number of areas of potential gain for India. I welcome her support, and perhaps the opposition might take that as a lesson to perhaps begin to start to support a trade deal in the future, Madam Deputy Speaker.
SNP spokesperson Drew Hendry.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I think welcoming a minister back to his place is now a standard response, but I welcome him back to his place. Increased trade and ties and cooperation are to be welcome between India and the UK, and that's especially so in Scotland. But this should not be at the expense of human and workers' rights. So will the minister belatedly guarantee that issues over human rights, environmental, health and safety, along with climate and equality concerns, are fully resolved before any deal is signed? And does he really believe that there is no anger, no problem over the Home Secretary's comments in India that might cause problems for this deal? Scotch whisky exports to India are already subject to 150% tariffs. New Delhi has threatened even higher tariffs on whisky and gin in retaliation for domestic steel protections. Whisky and gin producers need to know that the UK government is doing something to drastically reduce these tariffs. So what is going on? And what will be done to ensure barriers aren't just replaced at Indian state level? Finally, Jagtar Singh Johel remains in an Indian prison without trial, detained since 2017. The UK has now had 4 Prime Ministers and 5 Foreign Secretaries since his illegal detention. What is he doing during negotiations to right this wrong?
Madam Deputy Speaker, I thank him for that list of questions. First of all, as ever, the UK's commitment to workers' rights in our trade deals and our trade negotiations, in all of our international talks, remains completely undiminished. That is absolutely a fundamental thing for this country. I'm glad that he raised whisky tariffs, Madam Deputy Speaker, because he didn't support the Australia free trade deal, which would see a reduction in whisky tariffs. There's actually 150% tariffs on Scotch whisky currently going into India. So I will be watching very closely indeed to see what his approach will be to this trade deal. And I also noticed, Madam Deputy Speaker, with our very successful removal of the Airbus-Boeing tariffs, which was a huge benefit to the Scotch whisky industry, I wasn't quite sure whether he was fully supportive of that either. He raises human rights issues, and at all times the Foreign Office is engaging very vigorously on the case mentioned and other cases mentioned as well. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, I will just end with the SNP, because when it comes to trade deals, Madam Deputy Speaker, they are even worse than Labour. They have never supported any trade deal ever concluded either by the EU or by the UK. They didn't even support the trade deal between the EU and the UK and voted for no deal 2 years ago. Madam Deputy Speaker, they were against Canada, against Korea, against South Africa. They didn't even support the trade deal between the EU and the Ukraine. Madam Deputy Speaker, can you get that? They didn't even support the EU-Ukraine deal, abstained as well on Japan and on Singapore. This is a party which is fundamentally against trade and fundamentally against the interests of Scotland as a trading nation.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I welcome my right honourable friend back to his place? As someone that's a member of the Scottish Whisky APPG and having the opportunity to work closely with the Scottish Whisky Association, notwithstanding the Minister's previous answer, can he confirm that actually this is a great opportunity for businesses up and down our great country to actually increase their order book and, more importantly, show and work with countries with shared values?
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, I thank my honourable friend for that question. I think pretty much the first visit of our new Secretary of State, my right honourable friend, the member for Saffron Walden, was to a distillery just a few weeks ago, showing her commitment to our brilliant UK food and drink exporting sectors. He's quite right to raise the exceptionally high levels of tariffs going on whisky and other alcoholic products into India, and that, Madam Deputy Speaker, I cannot guarantee we will deliver the elimination of those tariffs, but if you're not at the table doing those negotiations, I don't think any of the opposition parties seem to think we should be, you won't achieve anything.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This trade deal will be based on the heads of human rights and civil liberties that India doesn't protect for the Christian community, for the Dalit Hindu community, for the Sikh community, for the Muslim community, and the Kashmiri community. If we are to go ahead with the trade deal, will he understand that it has to be based on the actions of the Indian government in terms of human rights and civil liberties, and other than that, we shouldn't proceed with it?
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, as I said earlier, the UK government has got an exceptionally proud record when it comes to promoting human rights around the world. In my 12 years as a government minister and as a government backbencher in that time, I've always been greatly impressed by the vigour with which this government sets about its support for global human rights. He mentions Kashmir, Madam Deputy Speaker. Of course, the UK government, he's got plenty of opportunity to raise these issues of Foreign Office questions with Foreign Office ministers, but the government's position is unchanged, that it is for India and Pakistan to find a lasting political resolution to the Kashmir dispute. India and Pakistan are long-standing important friends of the UK. We encourage both to engage in dialogue and finding lasting diplomatic solutions to maintaining regional stability.
Anthony Bagnall.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. There is absolutely no pleasing the opposition. They criticise us when we sign our deals too quickly. They criticise us when we take too long. The question is we have to get it absolutely right. And the fact is that this government has signed a deal with Australia, with New Zealand. Negotiations are underway with CPTPP. We're exploring the GCC. We're looking at India. We've done a digital partnership with Singapore. We've done a trade deal with Japan. And we're improving the rollover deals that we took from the European Union. This is what we are doing and delivering. And frankly, we've had this conversation before with the opposition where they don't recognise the very many benefits they bring. Does the Minister agree?
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, my honourable friend is a very experienced and dedicated, committed member of the International Trade Committee. He is absolutely right in what he says. And what we see from the opposition, Madam Deputy Speaker, having been in opposition myself now about 17 years ago, Madam Deputy Speaker, to 12 years ago. Actually, what you needed to do, if you were serious about going into government, was to not just be clear about what you're against. They're against trade talks. They're against trade deals. They're against the India trade talk. It's about time they worked out what they are in favour of. What are they for, Madam Deputy Speaker? I think the Shadow Cabinet might have had a better session this afternoon deciding that, rather than tabling more UQs.
Yes. Sarah Green.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The House of Lords International Agreements Committee published its report on the government's negotiating objectives in July. It criticised the negotiating objectives for being very general and high level and said the objectives provided no clue as to the government's negotiating priorities. Can the Minister confirm whether high animal welfare standards are a negotiating priority?
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, what happens with a set of trade negotiations is when you set out the negotiation objectives, the scoping assessment, they are by necessity rather general because you haven't actually started negotiating. So you don't actually know what the other side is going to want to achieve in those talks. You haven't actually started discussing any of those issues. So they are by necessity rather general. She asked about animal rights, and she's quite right to raise this as a very, very important part of this government's agenda. But the government's position remains unchanged, that we have very high standards of animal welfare. We will make sure that they are not undermined by any trade agreement. And in any case, this country, we set our animal welfare standards. They aren't set through any trade deal.
Alex Chalk.
Deputy Speaker, does my right honourable friend share my surprise at the opposition foot-dragging on this in circumstances where one of the great prizes with India is legal services? The right honourable gentleman is himself a lawyer. Doesn't this present a great opportunity, given that English law governs so many contracts, for us to progress this vital industry to secure more jobs for lawyers in this country?
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, my right honourable friend is absolutely right. Legal services are a really important part of this agenda. I think one of the first meetings I had was with the chair of the Bar Council at this department, Chantal Aimé-Doris, who told me in some detail about some of the gains that could be achieved by getting a good deal with India when it comes to legal services, to make sure that our global, high-quality, top-quality legal services are appreciated right the way across the world.
Ben Bradshaw.
It would be easy to do trade and commerce with India if it was easy to travel there. And as I'm sure he is aware, the British are the only nationality in Europe who are currently barred from India's e-tourist visa system. We always used to be able to get e-visas for India. Following the Home Secretary's remarks, we no longer can. This is doing great damage, as we've heard on the Transport Committee, to our travel industry, to the Indian tourism industry, and to thousands of British families whose plans to travel to India are now in jeopardy. Would he use his good offices across government to get this issue resolved in advance of any trade deal? This is real damage that's being done now.
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, we take, of course, an ongoing interest in the ability of our citizens to travel abroad and to access other countries. But I would again stress that a trade negotiation covers what's called Mode 4, movement of people, i.e. business visas. And there I'm confident that we can get a good deal with India when it comes to Mode 4.
Jerome Mayhew.
Madam Deputy Speaker, thank you. Does my right honourable friend agree that this is an exciting opportunity to help unlock the economic potential of the living bridge that Prime Minister Modi has recently described? And as for the notional timeline of Diwali, does he also agree that getting the right deal is much more important than getting any deal?
My honourable friend is absolutely right, Madam Deputy Speaker. First of all, we have a brilliant diaspora community in this country. I was delighted to celebrate Diwali a little bit early, I have to say, last week with the India Forum, the India Global Forum, but that was a really telling example of the strength of the diaspora deal. But he's also quite right that it's more important the contents and the depth and breadth of the deal rather than the date at which it is delivered. And that is the case, I might add, Madam Deputy Speaker, for all trade negotiations. It is not a question of getting a quick deal, it is a question of getting the best deal for Britain, which is exactly what we've done with Japan, exactly what we've done with Australia, and exactly what we've done with New Zealand.
Paul Girvan.
Thank you. My honourable colleague on the committee has made mention about the trade deals that we have already signed and the progress that has been made on others. As a committee, we've had some concerns about when trade deals are being presented to the committee in a timely fashion for scrutiny and detail. I don't wish to actually hold up a deal being made, but we understand that it sometimes can be important to get it done in a timely fashion. Can we have any indication as to when a deal will be put together that will be able to be presented to the committee?
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm not going to set a deadline today for this negotiation which is ongoing. But can I commend him on one thing, apart from his work on the committee, that I think it was the Democratic Unionist Party that voted with the government on the Australia and New Zealand trade deal. It's nice to see an opposition party, Madam Deputy Speaker, that is willing to take a constructive approach when it comes to what the government is proposing, if it is in the UK and Northern Ireland interests. I would absolutely commend him on that. When it comes to interaction with MPs, I did an MPs briefing just last week on the India trade deal. I've mentioned that we've done written ministerial statements after each round of negotiations. The Secretary of State, my right honourable friend, will be appearing before the ITC, I believe, on the 30th of November as an introductory hearing, which I'm sure this will crop up as well.
Scott Benton.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome the government's efforts to secure a free trade deal with India and the growth, jobs and investment this will help to create. However, the Minister will be aware of our manifesto commitments to reduce net migration and the perception among many of my constituents that we are not succeeding in this aim. Can the Minister reassure the House that in seeking to boost economic growth, he will also balance this against abiding by our manifesto commitments throughout these negotiations?
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Prime Minister has been absolutely clear about the importance of our manifesto commitments. But I would remind him, as I reminded the whole House, that this deal is not about immigration, it is about mode for business visas, which I think is going to be really important for both countries to continue doing as trade, particularly services trade, the sort of thing mentioned by my honourable friend the member for Cheltenham in terms of legal services, being able to make sure that our professionals can get into the Indian market to actually deliver their fantastic world-leading services.
Sarah Owen.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can the Minister please confirm on this and any other trade deal that during negotiations, vital issues such as human rights, workers' rights, and especially women's rights and environmental standards have not only been discussed, but guarantees have been secured? And would he be able to share what those guarantees are?
Yeah, thank you for that question, and she is right to raise these issues. But I would repeat what I said earlier, that the UK is very proud of our standards, very proud of the work that we do around the world on these really important questions. And these are questions, these are issues that are raised with India and with all of our partners at all times.
Tahir Ali.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Minister will not be oblivious to the human rights record of the Indian Prime Minister Modi and his government, given the atrocities being carried out against ethnic communities across India, namely the Christians and the Sikh community. Also, its revocation of Article 370 and 35A in Indian-occupied Kashmir. Will the Minister categorically give us the assurances that no trade agreement will go ahead until India meets its obligations under international law and many of the United Nations outstanding commitments that it needs to fulfil?
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, I've already talked about Kashmir and the government's commitment to finding a resolution of that issue, working peacefully and with the two governments coming together. Can I just return to the case raised by the member for Inverness on Jagtar Singh Johal, just to add a little bit of detail on that important human rights case. The FCDO and the government have consistently raised our concerns about Mr Johal's case directly with the government of India. I believe our then Prime Minister raised it with Prime Minister Modi earlier this year as well.
Robert Halfon.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I strongly welcome the progress the government has made on this deal. I think it's incredibly important. We have a thriving Indian community in Harlow, and I hope my right honourable friend can wish them a happy Diwali. Could I just ask him, when we sign these deals, to make sure that it isn't just the big multinationals in the UK that benefit, and that he goes directly with information to smaller companies like the many smaller businesses in my constituency of Harlow, so they can benefit from these wonderful trade deals as well.
Minister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I certainly join him in wishing all of his constituents in Harlow a happy Diwali. It's a fantastic time for that festival to come to this country and to India at this particularly appropriate moment. He mentioned making sure the trade deals work just not for multinationals but for SMEs, and again, he is absolutely right. The UK is an SME-led economy. It would be strongly in our interest to make sure that all trade deals work for SMEs. That is why it's typically our practice to negotiate an SME chapter in our trade deals to make sure that SMEs, which don't always have the resources to wade through a 1,000-page plus free trade agreement document, that they are given headers and pointers as to how that deal will help benefit them.
Jim Shannon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I thank the Minister for his response to the questions and declare an interest as the Chair of the APPG for freedom of religious belief. With increased violations against 4 issues in India, systematic disenfranchisement of those of Christian and Muslim faith, does the Minister agree with me that human rights provision must be included in the India trade deal? And can he guarantee that no blind eye will be turned to human rights abuses for the sake of economic benefit?
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, I think this government has got a fantastic record promoting religious tolerance, religious diversity abroad. The current Chancellor, when he was Foreign Secretary, made that as one of his key early launch pads when he was Foreign Secretary in this government. I might add, Madam Deputy Speaker, the British High Commission in New Delhi and our Deputy High Commissions right the way across India regularly meet with religious representatives and have run projects supporting minority rights. It is a big part of what the UK presence on the ground in India is all about.
I thank the Minister for answering the urgent question, and we now come to presentation of Bill. Sir Ed Davey.
General election date bill.
Second reading what day?
Friday the 18th of November.
Friday the 18th of November. Thank you. Presentation of Bill. Rachel Maskell.
Former Ministers and Prime Ministers Abolition of Payments Bill.
Second reading what day?
Friday the 9th of December.
Friday the 9th of December. Thank you. We now come to the 10-minute rule motion. Robert Halfon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I beg to move that leave be given to bring in a bill to provide for maximum waiting times for customers who are contacting providers of utilities and certain other services by telephone, to require such companies to ensure that customers can speak to a person within that maximum waiting time, to restrict the use of automated menus on telephone services offered by such companies, to provide for financial penalties for companies that fail to meet these standards, and for connected purposes. I would like to first say how pleased I've been to work with the Daily Mail and Money Mail, specifically Helena Kelly and Tilly Armstrong, to support the Money Mail Pick Up or Pay Up campaign. How often do you hear the dreaded phrase, "Sorry, we're rather busy right now, but your call is important to us, please hold the line"? How often do you have to wait 15, 20, 30, 45 minutes plus on the phone to get through, and that's spending the first 5 minutes being asked to press 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 or 6. And how often do you have to wait all that time to get through, and then they just cut you off? So you have to start this whole horrific process all over again. These companies, big multinationals with chief executives earning huge salaries, have created a Kafkaesque torture chamber of customer service. And it's happening every day across the United Kingdom, and has been for some time now, as families all over Britain are trying to contact their utility company or service providers. Customer service providers plummeted during the pandemic as companies grappled with the new work guidelines put in place. Yet, they still have not recovered. And worst, some of these companies are using this as an excuse despite most workplaces having returned to normal. According to Citizens Advice, customer service ratings for energy firms, for example, are the worst they have been since 2017, with the highest performing suppliers scoring less than 60% for customer satisfaction. These ratings, as they themselves admit, are due to these egregiously long waiting times, yet seemingly no action has been taken to rectify this terrible quality of service for essential needs. In fact, consumer-facing service providers seem to be finding any way to avoid blame or accountability, to the point where Now TV, talking to a member of my office, claimed that the death of Her late Majesty the Queen was the reason for potential waiting times. As the saying goes, you couldn't make it up. And often by the time you surpass such messages and click all the right buttons, you're then told by an automated voice that in fact the best route is to go via an online portal or text chat, despite already having been on hold for 20 minutes. Oh, and that's if you're even lucky enough to find the contact details needed. Moneymail and the Daily Mail discovered that the telecoms giants and energy suppliers are burying their telephone numbers on obscure pages of their websites to deter customers from calling for help. This is unacceptable. And it doesn't even take into account vulnerable or elderly customers who either don't have access to computers or simply don't have the tools to use one. One 80-year-old reader told the Daily Mail that they do not have a smartphone, and as such they're frustrated about making calls to providers where an automated voice asks them questions which they can't answer with their phone. My office colleague that I mentioned, trying to purchase a Now TV broadband package, did not have the broadband connected after 2 months, as they were told, incredibly, that their complaint about a delay had in fact caused a further delay to their service. Yet there are of course no consequences for increasingly anxious and frustrated consumers across Britain. And that's why we have to have financial penalties for large utility and service providers, much like the precedent that's been set in Spain. The new Spanish consumer laws will force big companies and utility firms to answer calls within 3 minutes or face fines of up to £85,000. Consumers will also have the right to be put through to a human on the phone rather than having to deal with an automated system. So we need a similar law in the United Kingdom. First, ensuring that no one would have to wait longer than at least 10 minutes on the phone, and that's pretty generous. Every customer would get through to a real human being as opposed to an automated machine or robot. Companies would remove the 1, 2, 3 options, which are all about trying to get customers off the phone instead of actually talking to them. Should businesses fail to meet these standards, they'll be fined heavily, and this money would be paid back to the customer through rebates. We're in a cost of living crisis. Consumers need easy and accessible customer service from their energy and utility providers. Companies like SSE, which supplies energy, phone and broadband to UK homes, should just not be allowed to leave people waiting for up to 50 minutes. Utility and service providers have a duty to their consumers, and currently practices are not good enough, with telephone services aiming to get people off the phone rather than on it, and it's got to change. And that's why this Consumer Telephone Service Standards Bill is so vital to make these large providers accountable. As the Daily Mail says, pick up or pay up.
The question is that the honourable gentleman have leave to bring in his bill. As many as that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Ayes have it. Who will prepare and bring in the bill?
Dame Caroline Dinage, Sir Roger Gale, Peter Aldous, Kevin Hollinrake, Mr Louis French, Lucy Allen, Stephen Metcalfe, Mrs Emma Llewellyn-Buck, Daisy Cooper, Margaret Ferrier, Jim Shannon and myself, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Mr Robert Halfon.
Consumer Telephone Service Standards Bill.
Second reading what day?
Friday the 3rd of March 2023.
Friday the 3rd of March 2023. Thank you. Very good. The clerk will now proceed to read the orders of the day.
Identity and Language, Northern Ireland Bill, Lords, Committee.
You have to say now.
Now.
We now move to Committee of the Whole House. Order. Order.
Identity and Language, Northern Ireland Bill, Lords.
We will begin with Amendment 6 to Clause 1, with which it will be convenient to consider the amendments clauses and new clauses as listed on the selection paper. I call column... Oh, I don't. Who's that? I call...
Claire Hannah.
I call Claire Hannah.
Dame Eleanor, and I rise to move Amendment 6 in my name and that of my friends for Foyle and North Down, and I'll also speak to some of the other amendments in our name, including Amendment 13, which we may seek your permission to divide on later on, and for the convenience of the committee, I'll comment on amendments tabled by others as well. Amendment 6 and related to that, Amendment 7 to Clause 1, just a comment on that. That clarifies the issue that in that part of the legislation, and seeks to move provisions onto a more rights-based footing, and these amendments bring the legislation into line with international human rights standards and the drafted legislation that was worked on between the parties prior to New Decade, New Approach. The phrase that exists in this draft prior to the amendment, the sensitivities on others. Unfortunately, we know in Northern Ireland there are people of various political hues who may be hostile to the cultural expression of others, and this seeks to place it on a rights-based footing, because in the same way as there isn't a right not to be offended, there isn't really a right not to have other people speak a language that you don't support around you. Elsewhere within Clause 1, SDLP are also supportive of 15 in the name of the opposition, which seeks to include the NIO and the Human Rights Commission in the definition of a public body. We have concerns about Amendments 28 and 31 in this group, which locates further powers and duties with the First Ministers, and I'll expand on that later. And we also don't support Amendment 21, which would seek to remove the proposed Castlereagh Foundation from the architecture that we're creating through this legislation, and it would be a further departure from what is in the New Decade, New Approach. I'll move on. In Clause 2, I'll speak in favour of Amendments 8 to 12 in our name, but which we're not seeking to divide the committee on at this stage. 8 and 11 focus on amending the duty on public authorities to one of compliance with best practice on standards rather than just due regard, and we think this should flow from the St Andrews commitment to language rights based on the experience of Wales, which this amendment would ensure. 9 and 10 remove the requirement that best practice language standards be approved by the First Ministers, and that eliminates the potential for yet more frustration of this issue, which, as members will be aware, has been problematic for decades, and it prevents further embedding issues around language and culture within the fairly binary unionist nationalist atmosphere around the Executive Office. 12 widens legislation to include more UK-wide authorities, as per, again, the Welsh experience flowing from the St Andrews commitment. Elsewhere in Clause 2, a few amendments in the name of the DUP. 23, 24 and 25, we appreciate the thrust of these and the direction and the intent in some of the language, but we have concerns again about tabulating them into law, and we have concerns also around 27 and 32 for the aforementioned reasons of Executive Office dysfunction. We have no amendments to Clause 3 and will note the various points that are made by others in the committee, and I think that underlines again why we would have been better hammering this out and I suppose drawing this out within the Assembly, where, for example, we could hear from witnesses from human rights bodies and others who could clarify the possible implications of some of these amendments, and we think it's appropriate that what is finally in legislation reflects the various stages of development that the different languages are at. There are no amendments, I believe, to clauses 4 and 5 of the bill. Clause 6, this is the amendment that which we would seek to divide the committee on, and it provides for new step-in powers for the Secretary of State to unlock the provisions in this bill in the event of either there not being First Ministers or further delay and denial, and we think that will help to build trust and actually get this done and prevent this issue being a sort of a bone of contention and frustration. The 30-day period will only commence, that we specify, will only commence after an initial window for the First Ministers to agree process. So this protects the primacy of devolution and of the First Ministers in the first instance to deliver the powers granted to them. It doesn't go over their head unless the progress is locked out, as it has been in the past. Amendment 14 to Clause 6 is in a similar vein, providing step-in powers for the Secretary of State to do anything that a Northern Ireland Minister or Northern Ireland Department could do in the exercise of a language and identity funding. And there are no amendments to Clause 7. Clause 8, we don't have any amendments. Again, we'll observe some of the points that others will make. And additionally, in our name is new Clause 1, which would oblige public authorities to comply with obligations accepted by the United Kingdom under the Council of Europe Charter for Minority Languages, and it relates to a recommendation from the Northern Ireland Human Rights Commission Bill of Rights advice to the Secretary of State in 2008. Thank you.
The question is that Amendment 6 be made. Keep standing so I can see who wants to speak. Well, Mr Shannon was first up. Jim Shannon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's always a pleasure to speak, but it's even more of a pleasure to be called second in this debate. You know, I'm very honoured. Thank you so much, Madam Deputy Speaker, for allowing me to do that. I would like to speak to Amendments 1 to 5. Although my party, as the House will know, has lodged some 23 amendments, which I think shows the quantity of our concerns and also the quantity of this legislation, how it does not, we feel, set the scene for those of my unionist community. I've been contacted by many of my constituents in Strangford, and indeed some for whom they do not have an MP that will take their place to do their job. Although, as this member of the public said to me, why would Sinn Féin need to take their seat at Westminster when members of this House, with respect, and indeed on certain occasions, members of government, are intent on doing their work for them? What an accusation, which I'm making, to the front row of the party that we have supported on many occasions, and to the honourable gentleman who I have friendship with, but who, quite honestly, has not grasped the issue for us, even though we said it the last time round.
Did the member give way?
Yeah, absolutely.
Very grateful for the member for giving way, and congratulate him for his early call in this debate. Can I just maybe ask him to accept that it isn't just Sinn Féin who cares about the Irish language or the protection of minority languages and cultures?
No, I accept, and the honourable lady who spoke from South Belfast has adequately and very well explained the issue for their party and where they stand as well. But I'm going to speak from my Ulster Scots point of view and from my unionism that I represent in this House, and indeed the constituency of Strangford. The fact is that a large proportion of Northern Fields of this bill is nothing more than a sop. Nothing more than a sop to Sinn Féin, and the losers will not simply be the unionist population, whose culture and heritage will be legislatively in second place, but also financially, as they see money that could be used to pay for additional midwives on shift, to provide safe delivery of babies, an extra surgeon to provide the cataract operation, an extra classroom assistant to help a special needs child achieve their potential. Yes, right, happy to.
But you accept that it doesn't reflect the terms which were agreed in New Decade, New Approach. In fact, it goes well beyond it. And the Sinn Féin hand of the Northern Ireland office is all over this. Because, of course, their default position is always to give Sinn Féin what they can't get in negotiations. And it's unfortunate that when ministers are appointed to Northern Ireland, they seem to accept the default position of the Northern Ireland office, which seems to be an extension of the Department of Foreign Affairs in the Republic of Ireland, and the default voice for Sinn Féin.
I thank my right honourable colleague and friend for his intervention, and quite clearly I believe the honourable gentleman is absolutely right. Now, with great, we're going to give it a wee second. Just to say this, we have real concerns over what is proposed here today. We've had discussions with the honourable gentleman, with discussions with the Conservative Party, so you can understand our angst and perhaps our anger. And if the Minister hasn't realised that, then at the end of this debate he quite clearly will understand it. Give way.
To him, and I have clearly understood, but what I want to say is the two honourable gentlemen who've just spoken are two of my best friends in this place, and to hear them speaking in the way they do is personally very painful. I just want to reassure them on a slightly lighter note that while they're accusing us of being a wing of Sinn Féin, I can absolutely assure them that Sinn Féin are perfectly content to tell me that we pander too much to the DUP. So
And I'm grateful to the honourable gentleman at the back of the chambers for saying, yes, we do pander too much to the DUP. So I suspect that what this government actually doing, it does at the moment, is a job that's about right, doing as we are something which seems to offend all quarters. But when we get back to my speech, I'm sure I'll try and answer the honourable gentleman as best I can.
Would member give way? Just to add to that, just to clarify, I don't know how much members are in touch with the voting public, but believe me, between the two of you, you are very much driving voters into the arms of Sinn Féin, and I'm sure they don't almost need to turn up to this debate today, the amount of platforming that you're giving them.
I'm very happy to platform unionism, and we'll do that. And more than happy to voice that opinion, which is very clear coming from me, from my constituency of Strangford. And at the end of the day, we'll hear the Minister respond in probably in a disappointing way, because we nearly know what he's going to say. But the reality is that I hope that he will listen intensely to what we've got to say, because we're looking for parity in relation to this bill, and we don't see that.
My honourable friend,
yeah.
I'm very grateful, Dame Eleanor, to my honourable friend. I mean, he said he's going to set out the aspirations that we have and amendments that we will move as part of this committee stage. And those amendments are about getting back to what was agreed in New Decade, New Approach. And at second reading, we heard continually that this was all about honourably bringing forward what was agreed at New Decade, New Approach. It is not. The 3 model bills that were published at that time differ fundamentally from what we have before us this afternoon. And yet, despite the bonhomie and then the friendly assurances, there's an opportunity for government to embrace amendments that take us back to what was agreed at New Decade, New Approach. Will my honourable friend, like me, encourage the government to embrace what was agreed and not set aside what was agreed for political expediency and for requests of others?
I thank my honourable friend for that intervention. In the contribution I'm going to make, I will make that point very clearly, but my honourable friend is right. And Minister, that's our plea to you as well. Ever mindful that we came into this House together. 2010, we were good friends from the very beginning. We're still good friends, but in that good friendship that we have, I do honestly and respectfully suggest that we do need to have some understanding of our point of view, and we're not convinced of that at this moment. So that's what we're hoping to achieve. Yes, happy to.
Simon Hall. I'm very grateful, and can I just say this very politely to the honourable gentleman? I've had conversations with the Minister about this bill. He understands the bill and the issues completely. I share his understanding, and I think the bill is fine as it is. Would you agree with me, my hunch is that he won't, that when people often say somebody needs to understand or they don't understand, what they actually want to say is, you don't agree with me, and until you do, I will allege that you don't understand.
Obviously, the honourable gentleman has a point of view which I will disagree with. It's not a big surprise to him. Certainly is a big surprise to many other people as well. But when we say we don't, the Minister in this case may not understand, we feel that he hasn't perhaps grasped with the temerity that we have what this bill will mean to those of an Ulster Scots persuasion, which I am. Now, we're not. It's not an issue of that we're anti-Irish language. That's not about that. It's about having the parity, having the equality in this legislation that we're seeking. So that's the issue, and perhaps maybe the chair of the Northern Ireland Affairs Committee will perhaps appreciate that. The legislation and drive to put a political weaponised language bill before other needs during this cost of living crisis sends a message to people throughout Ards and North Down, where 97% have no knowledge of Irish and where 12% have Ulster Scots knowledge. Doesn't have anywhere close to the party, that their needs are not paramount. That's the issue, and that's what we're trying to put forward. This government, I believe, must carefully consider the messaging at this time, because at the minute it is simply wrong. It's as simple as that. It's wrong, and if it's wrong, then it has to be righted. With this bill being set to go forward regardless of timing, I will speak to the bill and changes that are imperative should it even come close to being accepted by the people of the province. We are all agreed that the two commissioners, the Ulster British Commissioner, the Irish Language Commissioner, should be of equal value to their respective communities, and that to secure this goal, they should have different functions. Not only have we agreed this, we have insisted upon it. In arguing, however, that different commissioners should have different functions with the objective of being equal value to their respective commissioners, it is plainly essential that the enforcement powers of both with respect to their different functions should be equally robust in engaging that which they also have in common, exactly the same group of public bodies. There are around 70 of them, and the idea is that they follow guidance issued by the two commissioners with respect to their different briefs. We understand the issue, but we're just seeking that equality of issue. There is, however, a serious problem. The bill before us today places a statutory duty on those 70 public bodies to have regard to what the Irish Language Commissioner says, but places no obligation on them to have regard to what the Ulster Scots Commissioner says. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, the question is, what is the point of a Commissioner who public bodies can ignore? And that's probably the question I put straight to the Minister of State in relation to this. On what basis, in the context of a cost of living crisis, can government justify spending money on creating an Ulster Scots Commissioner whose representations public bodies can ignore? Why would anyone want the job of a Commissioner who all the public bodies can ignore, if they so wish? And what conclusions would you draw? Not you, Madam Deputy Speaker, what conclusions would be drawn about how the government views the importance or lack thereof if you come before the community that the Ulster British Commissioner is supposed to serve? You would know that you were less than second class because if you had been denied a Commissioner altogether, at least everyone would know you were being discriminated against. And you would not have to suffer the indignity of being made to look like you are being treated as equal with other community when everybody knows you aren't. And today, the Ulster Scots community isn't. So now the government in another place sought to defend the discriminatory treatment on two bases. As my honourable friend for East Belfast in his intervention referred to, they said this discrimination was in the NDNA. But we look at the NDNA and what you will see is that it makes no reference to the provision of a statutory duty to have regard for either the Irish Language Commissioner or the Ulster Scots Commissioner. And as a matter of common sense, this is implied in the sense that it would be a waste to spend money on creating a Commissioner who everyone can ignore. Wow. So we do not object to the provision of a duty to have regard to the Irish Language Commissioner, but the lack of provision of a parallel duty to have regard to the Ulster Scots Commissioner is completely indefensible on the basis of any sensible reading of the NDNA. That's what my honourable friend for Belfast East referred to in his intervention. Secondly, they said that the lack of duty to have regard was to compensate for the fact that the Ulster British Commissioner has a much broader brief than the Irish Language Commissioner. This does not even begin to stand up to scrutiny, Madam Deputy Speaker. The reason why the Ulster British Commissioner is allowed to engage with arts and literature as well as language is because there is no desire on the part of the Ulster British community for bilingual Ulster Scots services, whereas there is a desire on the part of the nationalist community for bilingual services. In this context, it was plain that had the Ulster British Commissioner been provided with an Ulster Scots Language Commissioner, the Unionist community would not be afforded something of equal value to the nationalist community. There was, and there is, however, real interest within the Ulster Scots community in the Ulster Scots heritage, in the music, in the culture, in the poetry, in the storytelling, and all those things. In my constituency of Strangford, I see it very much, although my honourable friend for Northampton might dispute it, but the Strangford constituency is an area where the Ulster Scots is in great abundance. I would say it's a core constituency in Northern Ireland where it thrives and does well. As I said in the last debate on the Identity and Language Bill, I referred to the fact that Ards Council, as it was then, and their street names for Ballywalter, for Whitkirk, for Ballyhobber, for Talbotstown, for Grey Abbey, for Greba, and for Portavoy St Andrews. It was an example of the Ulster Scots and ingredients that we have in the constituency of Strangford. Also the fact that we had those for Faye to the Ards, as welcome to the Ards and Ulster Scots as well, was an indication of the depth of usage of the language in my constituency. In this context, it was determined that while the nationalist community should be afforded an Irish Language Commissioner, in order to be given something of equal value, the Unionist community should be afforded an Ulster Scots Commissioner, whose remit extended beyond language to art and literature. In this context, Madam Deputy Speaker, there are three major difficulties with this notion. It's fair to argue that public bodies should not be subject to a statutory duty to have regard to what the Ulster Scots Commissioner says. In the first instance, the notion that unionism would be favoured if the public bodies were required to have regard to the Ulster Scots Commissioner would only make sense if the unionist community wanted their Commissioner to promote bilingualism across the 50+ public bodies and also had a remit covering arts and literature. In that instance, Unionism would have been provided with a commission that was of more value to it than the Commissioner afforded nationalism. And one might, in that situation, have talked about something like enforcement ways away from the Ulster Scots Commissioner to balance things out. And it really begs belief, I have to say, Madam Deputy Speaker, where we are. In reality, however, things have already been balanced out by the fact that the language function of the Ulster Scots Commissioner will be much more limited than the language function of the Irish Language Commissioner. And having compensated for that extension once, Government cannot compensate for it again without giving unionism a commissioner that is of less value to it than the Irish Language Commissioner is to nationalism. Second, as a matter of practice, far from having a much wider brief than the Irish Language Commissioner, the Ulster British Commissioner actually has a much narrower brief. In order to understand why this is the case, one must understand the following. On the one hand, we have 70 public bodies, all of which operate with the language English, and with the Irish Language Commissioner wants them all to operate bilingually. In that case, the nationalist community has a commissioner to engage extensively with all those public bodies. On the other hand, we have the 70 public bodies and an Ulster Scots Commissioner who will be made far more limited language demands on them because there is no desire for the bilingualism. In order to compensate for this unequal agreement, the remit of the Ulster Scots Commissioner is extended to partly make it wider so it embraces art and literature. While all 70 public bodies operate using a language that could be asked to use another language, it just so happens only few of them have functions that might be deemed to have anything to do with arts and literature. Unions had actually asked that the Ulster British Commissioner cover heritage and culture, at which point we were and are supported by the Northern Ireland Human Rights Commission as proposed by our Heritage and Culture Amendment, which would have been broader and helped secure a better balance, but the request was rejected. The truth is that we're looking at trying to develop two commissioners that will be of equal value for their different communities, making similarly the extensive demands of public bodies and the budgets of public bodies. It's hard to conceive of a less balanced package. Even if public bodies were subject to the same statutory duty to have regard to the Ulster Scots Commissioner as the Irish Language Commissioner, it's plain to see that the Ulster British Commissioner will make far less demands for its community and be of far less value for its community than the Irish Language Commissioner. In context for this, Government seek to make things even more unequal by not even requiring public authorities to have regard to the Ulster Scots Commissioner. It really does, Madam Deputy Speaker, beggar belief. And I don't know what the Minister is going to say at the end, but I'll tell you something, it's going to have to be something pretty good. Today is the last chance to put this right. That is why the DUP has tabled Amendments 1 to place in the public bodies the same duty to have regard as already engages them with respect to the Irish Language Commissioner. This will not result in overall equal treatment for unionists because the remit of the Commissioner will still be too narrow to do that because of the limited relevance of art and literature to most of the public bodies. But it will make things better. It is imperative that this amendment passes today. And even at this late stage, I would ask that the Minister of State review his notes and his recommendations in a way that can address this issue. Now, in response to my arguments for Amendment 1, Government could point out that unions can secure a measure of enforcement, notwithstanding the failure to place in public bodies the duty to have regard to the Ulster Scots Commissioner, to which they are subject with respect to the Irish Language Commissioner, courtesy of the right to complain. We need a lot more, and they have the right to complain, rather than helping the Government's position. However, this move will only serve to weaken it by highlighting yet further effective discrimination against unionists. There are two major problems with the notion that the right to complain offsets the lack of duty to have regard. It doesn't. In the first instance, the duty to have regard to the Irish Language Commissioner placed on public bodies applies across the full spectrum of the function of the Irish Language Commissioner, but the right of unionists to complain only relates to the use of the Ulster Scots language, which, have all been clear, is not the priority for unionism. Nationalism has thus been given something through the duty to have regard that it be far more valuable than the right to complain afforded unionists. I'm reminded of that book called Animal Farm. Well, all animals are equal, but some are more equal than others. You know something? Yeah. We want to be equal with everyone else, and that's what we're choosing. In the second instance, the right to complain also exists for nationalists through the Irish Language Commissioner. So it's not a unique provision for unionism. And again, it applies across the full spectrum of the function of the Irish Language Commissioner, giving nationalists a set of very much more meaningful rights than those accorded unionists. That's the key issue of our status and where we're coming from. Amendments 2 to 5 remedy the situation by providing people a right to complain about failings by public bodies across the full spectrum of the function of the Ulster Scots Commissioner that have been deemed to provide a service of equal value to union as that accorded nationalism through the Irish Language Commissioner. Again, because the function of the Ulster Scots Commissioner does not actually provide a service of equal value to unionism as the Irish Language Commissioner can to nationalism, because of the limited relevance of art and literature to most of the public bodies. These amendments won't completely solve the difficulty, but it will make current arrangements significantly less offensive. If the bill becomes law, in its current state, the Ulster Scots Agency has questioned to what extent the Ulster British Commissioner can be of any substantive value. It would seem very likely that this legislation will give rise to a situation in which, on the one hand, we have an Irish Language Commissioner that makes extensive demands of public authorities, involving those public authorities spending significant amounts of public monies to the benefit of nationalism, and which generates extensive public engagement through the right to complain through their Commissioner. On the other hand, we have the Ulster Scots Commissioner that can make very limited demands of public authorities, which they will be able to ignore, and which generates no public engagement through the complaints procedure, because unionists are not interested in complaining about the absence of the use of Ulster Scots in public services. So again, I ask the Minister, will the Minister at the very least monitor the impact of the legislation when it becomes apparent that this is the effect of the legislation that takes robust action to fix the problem? There are many more amendments I would like to speak to, but there's not time. I conclude with great sadness by saying, I ask the Minister this question, I ask it with all solemnity, with all dignity and with all honesty. What has Northern Ireland's unionism done to so upset this government that it sees fit to treat us this way? First, we have a Prime Minister. Well, the Prime Minister changes, who comes to Northern Ireland and promises that there will be no border down the Irish Sea, and then goes home and imposes a border down the Irish Sea. Then with the way we've been treated us through the Ulster Scots Commissioner. It is very hard, I conclude with this, Madam Deputy Speaker, it's very hard not to draw very painful conclusions here today. I say that with great sadness in my heart for my honourable friend that I look upon as a friend, but a legislation that today is here to punish us. So when it comes to this late stage, I would ask government to think again.
Simon Hall.
Thank you very much indeed, Dame Eleanor, and it's a pleasure to follow the honourable gentleman, the member for Strangford. I wasn't intending to speak in this debate, but I suddenly realised that I probably owed the House a small apology, and that I wasn't able to take part in the second reading debate due to having been called home for a reason. What I wanted to do, Dame Eleanor, if I may, is just put on record my support for this bill. It has been a long time in coming, and I think it's laudable that His Majesty's government, too often we've seen in agreements which have either been part of moving the dial with regards to Northern Ireland or resurrecting the executive, the agreement is sort of seen as an event which does the trick and then gets forgotten. And this was a very key part of New Decade, New Approach, and the government is right to bring it forward. It will come as no surprise to him that I don't see the sort of opposed to unionists, half-glass full Conservative government attack which the honourable gentleman for Strangford sees this bill as being. I think any fair reading of the bill, if you start from the premise that no bill is ever perfect, but a fair reading of this bill effectively addresses two sides of the same coin in a way which respects two different traditions and the people which have advocated for those traditions. It's been an issue which has been too long neglected. It's wise and right that the government should do it. And I just make this point, Dame Ellen, which I probably would have, I know I certainly would have made in the second reading speech, which is, I'm a Welshman who attended a Welsh high school, but at a time when South Glamorgan County Council said that Welsh was a dying language, we learnt it for a year and then it was dropped. When I return to Wales, which has seen a renaissance of the Welsh language, I wish I could take part in those conversations. I feel like a piece of my cultural jigsaw is missing. We don't have to be, if you're a unionist, uniform. Part of the great strength of our United Kingdom are the cultures, the language, the music, the literature, the poetry, all of those things which make us such a strong and attractive geopolitical force in the world. One doesn't have to be uniform to be a unionist, and we should be celebrating those differences and those traditions. And of course I'll give way not only to a distinguished former minister, but to the newest member of my committee.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to speak to the chair of the committee. Would he agree that, further to his point, actually unionists played an important, and indeed Northern Irish Presbyterians played an important part in the resurrection of the Irish language in the late 19th century, owned some of that culture themselves, and of course it was unionists in the NDNA negotiations who insisted on having the Ulster Scots Commissioner and British Commissioner as part of this. Of course, we would like to see the DUP being able to have a more direct say in this, and that they need to do that by getting back into the executive, back into the assembly, and they could have delivered this law themselves.
Well, Dame Eleanor, my honourable friend, as always, is absolutely right. And just as the Welsh language isn't owned by Plaid Cymru or Welsh nationalists, so neither is the Irish language. And I think it's a testimony to the commitment of the history and traditions of our country. It was Sir Wyn Roberts, or Noble Lord Roberts of Conway, as he then was, who put the Welsh language on the statute book, the Welsh Language Act on the statute book, under John Major's premiership. And I think the act that my honourable friend the Minister is piloting through the House today meets, though, of course I could wait, let me just finish the sentence, of course I could wait to the right honourable gentleman, follows in that tradition of being so confident in our unionist skins, so confident in the argument of the strength, the underlying strength of the union, that we see it neither as a sign of weakness nor indeed of ceding ground or territory when we champion and provide platforms, as we are doing with Ulster Scots, as we are doing with Irish. As I would love to actually see the Scottish Government do far more with regards to Scotland. The chairman is looking at me in a very frowny sort of way, and I would like to see additional support for Cornish. Cornish is the only language on mainland GB which has no official real intervention and support. Now, of course, I give way to the right honourable gentleman.
Thank the chairman of the Select Committee for giving way. The impression that anyone listening to this debate would get from the speech which he has made so far is that somehow or other the Irish language is not given any status in Northern Ireland at present, and it requires this bill to do so, and that unionists have been reluctant. Would he accept that already there are hundreds of millions of pounds spent on Irish language promotion in Northern Ireland, from Irish language broadcasting to Irish language education, Irish language street names, Irish language festivals? There's a whole range of things in which we spend money already. So to give the impression that there is not a promotion or facilities for people to speak Irish, to learn Irish and to appreciate their Irish culture is not right.
Your culture. And I'm sure the right honourable gentleman enjoys all of those things that he set out to the House, which appears in the Irish language. That wasn't the point I was making. It was the official recognition and status and the underpinning via the commissioners, which this bill, which I hope will become unamended, and I say that to all supporters of differing amendments, I hope it does go through unamended, and I hope they won't press those amendments to the vote. It's about the status and the role of the commissioners, which I think help on the delivery of new decade, new approach. This is a bill which is important to a lot of people. I support it. Let me close, Dame Ella, just by making this point. I reiterate it again. The honourable gentleman for Strandford can make many criticisms of the bill. This is a democratic house. We're entitled to support and criticise as much as we like. The House will know that my honourable friend, the member for Wickham, and I are not necessarily known for being on the same page, the same hymn book, at the same time. Very often we're singing entirely different hymns in entirely different keys, but at precisely the same time during the same service. So when unanimity breaks out between my honourable friend and me, then I think that is I'm not quite suggesting the bunting should be put out, but I think it's something which we should note. I think it's unfair, frankly, of the honourable gentleman for Strandford to say that my honourable friend doesn't understand it. If there's one thing that we know about the honourable gentleman for Wickham, is that he reads every document that is put before him. He always does, as a minister, as chairman of the ERG, as a backbencher. He is annoyingly knowledgeable about the minutiae. And my honourable friend, the member for Worcester, who will have served in the Dexu department with him, nods in a way that the scars are just about healing, but they are making progress. So to suggest that the honourable gentleman doesn't understand the legislation that he is bringing to the House is, I think, a totally unfair attack on my honourable friend. And of course, I'll give way to the honourable gentleman.
The member for giving way. Of course, it's not about friendships. It's about the actions. It's about what's right. And what's not right in this bill is that the Ulster Scots Commissioner isn't given the same party as the Irish Commissioner, and the issue for us is to have that party. So if it's going to be right, let's have it right in every sense of the word. Not about friendships. It's not about you and your bosom buddies again. It's not about that. It's about getting it right.
I'm not advocating my support for this bill on the basis that my honourable friend, the Minister, is my honourable friend in party political terms. But I heard the honourable gentleman for Strangford say that my honourable friend didn't understand it, that the government, of which I'm proud to be a supporter, seems hell-bent to go out of its way to appease people who are in a politically different place to the honourable gentleman, and certainly suggested a kowtowing, if one will, to a Sinn Féin agenda from the Minister. Now, I've suffered those sorts of brickbats from some of the opposite benches over the time I've chaired the committee, unfair and untrue. I just say very politely to the honourable gentleman, it's got to stop. It's got to stop. This is the new decade, new approach. We are trying to move things forward. We are trying to, the government is trying to, with fairness and equity, respect and support all of those that this government recognises as citizens of the United Kingdom. That is the central mission. That is what underpins New Decade, New Approach. That is the bedrock of this bill. It has my wholehearted support.
Ian Paisley.
Very much, Dame Eleanor, for calling me in the debate. Already the focus of this debate has tended to drift towards the issue of language. But of course this is identity and language. I want to make some of my comments specifically on the issue of identity and on the amendments that affect and impact on that. Because identity is a pithy matter. It's a matter that just isn't so easily defined and affects us all in very, very different ways. Dame Eleanor, you've been to my constituency on many occasions. You will know that if you go to the village or townland of Dunseverick or Ballintoy and you raise your eyes to the horizon and stretch across that great Dalriada Bay, you see first and foremost Scotland. You see the outline of your home nation, Dame Eleanor. And at the same time, standing in that part of my constituency, Belfast, the capital city of Northern Ireland, is almost 70 miles away. The capital city of the Republic of Ireland, Dublin, is about 160, 170 miles away. Some might say it's 160 light years away, but it's 162 miles away. The identity of that part of my constituency, the identity that infuses itself on the people of my constituency and the people of that northern corner of Ulster, is a strange mix of Ulster and Scot.
Will the honourable member give way?
Of course I will in a moment. It is a strange mixture that infuses people with an identity that is unique. And if we're going to deal with an issue to protect identity, then we need to get back to what the law states. And the law in Northern Ireland is about protecting heritage and culture and equality. It's not about a single-minded thing of just language. And of course, I will give way to another Ulster Scot.
Thank you, Dame Eleanor. To the honourable member for North Antrim, it is not just something that is contemporary, and that view from the glens of Antrim is beautiful. But the Kingdom of Dalriada used to cover much of Scotland, and the Kingdom of Dalriada was both Ulster and Scotland. And historically, that culture and identity is embedded in the DNA of the people. And what I find most offensive, and I say this to the honourable member, is that this bill doesn't reflect that historic significance of my Ulster Scots, Ulster British heritage and culture, and does not afford it adequate protection.
I thank my colleague for making that point, and he makes it powerfully, and he makes it well, because, Dame Eleanor, what we're dealing with when we deal with identity in this framework is that we're dealing with equality law. We're dealing with equal rights. We're dealing with something that should impact across the whole of this kingdom and the whole of this house, because it is about a person's individual and community perspective, because that enforces who and what we are. It's nebulous. It's shadows, but it's who and what we are in terms of our identity. And until people recognise that you just can't write that down and say, we'll give so many millions to an Irish language and so many millions to this other thing, then we'll have protected everyone. That's not how equality legislation should work. It should be much more thoughtful and much more detailed than that. You know, if we're going to just do a perspective on the language issue, the first foremost language spoken, according to the last census in Northern Ireland, 95.3% of people speak English. The next language, largest language by percentage point in Northern Ireland, is 1.10% of people speak Polish. There is no protections in our law on that. The next language is 0.49% Lithuanian. There is no protections outlined about that. Then we come to the Irish language, which is 0.32% of the population, followed very close behind by 0.27% Portuguese. So if we're going to deal with the subject of language and characterise this in the issue of language and protections, let's protect the Polish language in Northern Ireland, the Polish people, who make a major contribution to the employment in Northern Ireland. Let's protect and identify those cultures that are actually under threat, not cultures that are emboldened in certain ways by money and resources that appears to many to be unending. And that is what this bill should really be trying to address, if it was going to address those matters. Dame Eleanor and Madam Chair, when we come into the building through Westminster Hall, we pass under a marvellous window called the Rights window, the Rights and Equality and Liberties window. It faces the portrait of Moses as we come into the building. And that window contains in it representations of scrolls of equality legislation. Those scrolls identify disability rights. They identify equality rights. I know the chairman of the Select Committee is not interested in any of this. They identify issues to do with all of the legislation that this House has made on emancipation and the right to vote and women's rights and liberties. It identifies each and every one of those scrolls. And if we're going to put a piece of legislation and make a piece of legislation in this House to deal with equality in a part of this kingdom, we should make sure that that piece of legislation is fit for purpose. And the reason why there is a screed of amendments on the paper today is because this legislation is not fit for purpose as an equality piece of legislation. It is severely damaged, and it would not reinforce the rights and liberties of the people that we have already talked about. And I think the Minister expects unionists to just vote for this, to just accept it, to swallow it down. And I've discussed with the Minister in the negotiations that he hosted this issue. There'll be other members of this House will not vote for it, will not be compelled to vote for it, will not be under any pressure whatsoever to vote for it, because they don't come in that door. And yet the Minister will hand them issues which addresses a lot of their rights and concerns, and they're right to have concerns if they're entitled to have those concerns. But it damages and demeans the issues that I've already put on the agenda today and into Hansard today. So the starting point for me, Dame Eleanor, is where does this legislation, in terms of if it is broken already, if it is not fit for purpose, and what points is it not fit for purpose? So take new decade, new approach. And the Chairman of the Select Committee was very quick to point, this is the starting point. This is the refresh. This is where we're supposed to be. Well, new decade, new approach. Actually, this bill breaches what was outlined in new decade, new approach. Yeah. The member for Strangford went into some detail. The member for East Belfast in intervention has already identified where some of those actual breaches are. And we're used to this. We're used to seeing that a negotiation is taking place. That's what a bill should actually say and do. There's the new decade, new approach agreement, which should reflect that negotiation. Here's the bill. The bill is completely at variance. And this is why this is not fit for purpose. The bill is completely at variance on the issues that were negotiated and put into new decade, new approach. And no matter what your standing was on new decade, new approach, that's what the bill is supposed to represent. So we should, as a House, collectively take offence when we are told, oh, this bill represents what was a new decade, new approach, when it's pretty obvious it doesn't. It just doesn't. And that's the point, and that's the point that the Minister needs to actually address, because just in the same way as the Belfast Agreement or Good Friday Agreement has been breached by the protocol arrangements, this new decade, new approach has been breached by this bill. And that's the problem. That's why unionists are agitated about this, and that's why it should be fixed. Now, I have been used over the last number of years to hear lots of people championing, saying they want to protect the Belfast Agreement and the terms of the Belfast Agreement. They're very silent when unionists rightly argue and say, well, that applies to all of us then. And here's an issue where there's a breach. Let's fix it. Oh, no, you're not entitled to that. That's not your rights. No, our rights are special, yours aren't. That's the attitude, that's the conduct. And maybe that's why there's silence, and will be silence from this side of the House over here. But I'll tell you one thing, see if the accusation was made about us, breaching the Belfast Agreement, or breaching New Decade, New Approach, would have a statement from the White House, would have a statement from Dublin, would have a statement from all over the place, and you wouldn't be able to hear unionists above the cacophony of noise coming from that chorus of usual suspects. That would be what we would face under those circumstances. And I think that this House needs to address that issue of the breach in how the bill breaches the New Decade, New Approach arrangement. Now, New Decade, New Approach had a very wide scope, so I will elaborate on this, had a very wide scope in terms of Ulster Scotch. So, for example, the Commissioner would have powers to extend his or her full remit over the human rights treaties that have been agreed. There was no restrictions, essentially, to the Commissioner in terms of what they could do. So they could protect the heritage, the culture, the identity of a community. But that has now been watered down to deal only with certain issues to do with language, with arts, and with literature. It does not address the real depth and detail that was specified in New Decade, New Approach. Why is that, Minister? Why? Please explain that. We'd like to know why that has been so narrowed, why we had a very broad expanse in the negotiations, and then when we come to the bill, it is narrow. It's as if the only thing that matters is a couple of wee poems that an Ulster Scot person has written, or maybe a nice piece of art that won't really offend anyone, or a mural. But the heritage, the culture, the thing that makes us a people, that, oh, you're not having that protected. Oh, you're right. See if you ever become a minority in Northern Ireland, as some people say we are. Oh, see if that happens, you're not having that protected. But you have your wee artwork and your wee bits of language. Oh, that's okay. That is the essence of why this breaches the point. And of course I will give way to member.
And we not accept that even those are not protected, because of course the powers of the Commissioner are to give guidance when it comes to those issues, not to give direction, as is the case with the Irish language.
Yeah, I thank the member for making that point, because that is the next point I was actually going to come on to when we come to the power of the Commissioner. It is a very important point. Now, far be it from me to hand out any advice to nationalists. But if I was a nationalist, I'd want to try and satisfy unionists in this point. I wouldn't want to laugh at them, as appears to be the attitude. Because laughing and pouring scorn on their identity leaves unions. Oh, I'm laughing at you, not what you're saying. Sorry, you're laughing at a people. You're laughing at a community. That's the Barrow Boy response that comes back. That's a Barrow Boy response. Comes up. I don't say those things. I have a very, very good record, Madam Deputy Speaker, of not saying those things. Because I cherish people's as a unionist, is that I can have my identity and understand someone else's. And you know something? Love the diversity that is there. Not despise it. It's the diversity that makes us strong. And that's the point that the Honourable Member for Foyle should maybe dwell on in his point when he speaks later on, and no doubt he will. But the issue, Madam Deputy Speaker, when we come, and I think it was the point that the member for East Antrim made on me there, was about having due regard, and that no public authority needs to consider, in terms of the Commissioner, that there's a point of due regard, and that's really the point of the authority of the Commissioner. The Ulster Scot, the Commissioner that would deal with the identity that matters most to me, will effectively be powerless, emasculated from day one. Not actually able to make any single ruling that has to be taken care of or noted, and of course he'll give way.
I thank the honourable member for giving way. The reality is that it is the Office of Identity that under the Office of Identity there are a number of principles set out about how identity should be respected, and that the Office of Identity can monitor how those principles are being adhered to and report to the Assembly. Does the honourable member agree with me? It is absurd to believe that the current make-up of the Assembly will offer any comfort when the same Assembly, during the Jubilee year of Her Majesty, Her late Majesty the Queen, and during the centenary year of Northern Ireland, refused to allow us to put up a little rock in the grounds of Stormont, a little stone, to commemorate the fact that Northern Ireland was 100 years old, refused to allow us to plant a rose, Dame Eleanor, to mark the Jubilee of Her Majesty the Queen, and yet the Minister expects us to have confidence that the same Assembly will protect our identity when it won't even allow us to mark our identity in that way.
I think the member for Lagan Valley really drives home the point. And the problem is, Dame Eleanor, it's not one or two minor encroachments. It's a catalogue. And the catalogue's growing. And it's not as if it's diminished in time, and these were examples from years ago. These are examples at some of the most key moments in our identity as a people. When we celebrate the Jubilee of Her late Majesty, when we celebrate the historic foundation of the state to which we cherish, when those things are threatened in the immediate past that we're coming from, that's why, and I agree wholeheartedly with the point that the member for Lagan Valley has so powerfully made in his intervention on us. You know, under this legislation, the government and authorities in Northern Ireland will be obliged to listen to and direct people by one side, but they can ignore the other. If anyone on that side of the House or this side of the House thinks that's a sensible way to address this issue, I really think that they need to tell us how it's a sensible way, because that just won't work. That is a recipe for disaster and will continue to be. You know, culture and heritage should be protected. And we should get into expanding on this issue of how culture and heritage should be protected, because we're only going to protect one tiny part of it, as was outlined in the St Andrews Agreement and later put into law on 28D of the Northern Ireland Act, that the government was under a duty. And Minister, I'd really like you to answer this point, because the Department is duty bound to adopt a strategy and proposals that enhance and develop heritage and culture. It doesn't say anything about language. It talks about heritage and culture, which embraces language, embraces all of those things. But the law is telling us, the people, that we should have protections that develop our heritage and culture, yet this bill will limit our heritage and our culture and any protections that will be put upon them. Members have already identified the vast resources that are spent on identity and on language in Northern Ireland, and the balance is very much out of kilter, extremely so. In fact, it's through the floor on one side and through the ceiling on the other. That's how out of kilter it is. And until that issue of resourcing matters is properly addressed in legislation, again, this bill will be unfit for purpose. You know, Minister, I would like to see proposals and protections for my identity. I would like to see them genuinely put in place. And until that happens, this bill will be a travesty.
Stephen Farry.
I rise to broadly support the bill proceeding today, and indeed I welcome that it's back here before us so quickly. Though I have to confess there was some hope that there may well be another bill here today as well, but that doesn't seem to have materialised quite just yet. I think it's useful at the start just to reference some of the comments that have been made towards the Northern Ireland office, and frankly I have a lot of criticisms to make of the Northern Ireland office, as many members would do, though I have to say that the new Minister of State has certainly hit the ground running in many ways in terms of his engagement, so all credit to him in that particular regard. But let's be clear, the Northern Ireland office is only doing two things here. Number one, it's doing its best to faithfully implement what was agreed by the Northern Ireland parties with the New Decade, New Approach, including my colleagues here on the benches below me from the DUP. And we had extensive, and I dare say actually more than extensive, we had tortuous negotiations, and I stress the word tortuous, over 2 or 3 years, trying to get some way forward on language and culture issues so we could get our institutions restored, so they could actually get down and do the work. And that comes from the previous history, where there has been little progress on the language issue since St Andrews. I want to say that it's important that today that we do our best to faithfully implement what was agreed in New Decade, New Approach. Obviously, as time has moved on, there will be some issues, and which will be why I'm sort of supporting some of the amendments. But we do need to be cautious against anything that unpicks what was agreed, because it was a carefully balanced compromise at that particular stage. The second thing to stress is it is regrettable that this House is having to do the work of putting this into law, and the Northern Ireland Assembly and the Northern Ireland Executive had the chance to do this, notwithstanding COVID, over the previous 2.5 years. That opportunity was not taken up, and that process would have allowed much more scrutiny and would have allowed evidence to be taken from a whole range of interest groups to tease out the issue. Now, I want to focus primarily at the start around Amendment 1, which has tended to dominate much of the debate so far. I think it's important that we do our best here, I know it's going to be difficult, to separate language and culture from unionism and nationalism as political identities. They are not the same. Often we sometimes lazily end up in that position, but that doesn't really address the subtleties around language and culture in Northern Ireland, where we have a shared heritage. The member for North Antrim made reference earlier on to Dalriada, the kingdom that spanned the northern part of the island of Ireland and Scotland, but he also made reference to Ballintoy, which is a town name which has an Irish root. Surnames and townland names and towns, villages across Northern Ireland reflect the different language roots, and there are many, many names, including in many what would be perceived as dominated by Unionists and Protestants, that have those Irish origins. I'm happy to get away.
Remember for making that point, because it's that diversity which is there every single day of the week. When I go into my constituency in Ballymena, it's the middle town, it's the middle place in the area. You know, that's what it means, the middle part. And you know, it's all of that. So I embrace those things as they're part and parcel of the identity of our culture and our country. And this is not about, and I emphasise, this is not about despising it, but it's about making sure if we're going to legislate on it, let's get it right. And this legislation fails to meet, and I hope the member agrees with me, it fails to meet the New Decade, New Approach agreements. No matter what side of the argument you're on that, it just fails to meet it.
I do disagree with him. I think this is a good attempt, a good honest attempt at getting this over the line, and frankly we need to move on and get this done and into law. Happy to quiet member for Foyle.
Very grateful for the member for giving way, and it's a useful, I think, opportunity to make the point. I mean, the member for North Antrim talked about embracing diversity. It's wonderful language. I mean, in Derry, since we got rid of the old Derry Corporation, we got proper democracy into local government after the civil rights movement. We've been embracing diversity in Derry. We have all of the old unionist symbols and British symbols still up in the Guildhall. We've added some new ones that represent other traditions like the one that I represent. We've also done power sharing since the very beginning of that council's inception, where the SDLP had the most seats, but we had a unionist deputy mayor, we had unionist mayors over many, many years. And the council that the member for North Antrim represents hasn't had a nationalist mayor or deputy mayor since its inception. Does he think that's acceptable, or that's embracing identity?
Grateful to the member's intervention. It did take the use of the hunt in councils to get that diversity moving. Though the council that is in question, which has been in the news somewhat, rather controversially, over the past number of months, now has an alliance mayor. So hopefully that's some progress to an extent. But I think it's important to make the point that the diversity in Northern Ireland is something we should cherish, and it is a crossover, cross-cutting issue. I want to mention two individuals just to stress that point. Two people who've been very active around language issues. One is Linda Irvine, in terms of the Irish language in East Belfast, who comes clearly from a unionist background. Also want to mention Liam Logan, who is a person in my own constituency of North Down, who I'm not sure if he's a current member of the SDLP, but certainly was a former member and candidate for the SDLP, who is a well-known advocate for Ulster Scots, and indeed broadcast on Radio Ulster many times in relation to the language. That's just one example, and the member for Worcester mentioned the heritage of how Ulster Presbyterians were very heavily involved in terms of the revival of the Irish language towards the end of the 19th century into the early 20th century. I should say Irish Presbyterians as well as Ulster Presbyterians. So there is that shared heritage, and the problem has been in more recent times, wrongly, the language has become politicised and people have been forced into different camps, and that's not where we should be. And I have a hope, it may well be a naive hope, I trust not, that this bill may well be a fresh start in terms of how we can embrace the language issue in Northern Ireland. Yeah.
And I thank the honourable gentleman for giving way. A good and fair man that he is. And I know that because I'm on the Northern Ireland Committee as well. But could I just point out, there must be something that's worrying our friends in the DUP. They're all concerned about this. And quite rightly, we've got to actually try and alleviate those concerns. And that's quite proper. And I hope very much that we can do that.
I'm open to listening to reasoned arguments, and some of the DP amendments may well have some merit. I do just have to say about amendment number 1 for a detailed reason I'm going to come to in a moment. I also just want to address the point that's been made in relation to Polish, Lithuanian and other languages being areas where there's greater need for attention. I think it's important that we move past that particular argument which is often thrown up. The reason that this bill is before us isn't about facilitating the use of language and people having an understanding who don't have are facing a barrier to understanding. This is about the respecting and embedding and celebrating the indigenous languages of the island of Ireland, and particularly the northern part of the island of Ireland. Of course, we should do work in parallel with that to ensure that we properly integrate people with other European, other global languages into our society. But it's important that members don't fall into the trap of trying to conflate the two and diminishing what we're trying to achieve in terms of this particular bill. So it's important that we celebrate the language as being something that is cross-cutting, and we also recognise that unionism and nationalism are not monolithic in Northern Ireland. There's many other traditions, that people have moved away from those traditions, there's people who share both of those traditions, and that we need to celebrate all of that in terms of our sort of life in Northern Ireland. Now, at times, we're drifting in this debate into this bill is somehow a threat to unionism and the British identity in Northern Ireland, and that we're in some form of separation. Well, yes, give way.
With Dame Eleanor, with the greatest respect to the honourable member, no one in this bench has said what he has just suggested. We're saying the bill doesn't adequately protect our identity and culture. We're not saying the bill is the threat. We're saying the bill doesn't adequately protect. And we've explained why. And I just wish sometimes the honourable member would actually listen to what unionists are saying instead of being so dismissive.
Well, with all due respect, I have been listening, and people are entitled to look back through Hansard and see exactly what was said. But the tenor of many comments that have been made to date are about some sort of slippery slope where the British Ulster identity is being eroded, it's under threat, and that there's no protection for it, and that people are being fearful for the future. We have to embrace a shared and integrated future in Northern Ireland. That is the only way forward. And this bill has to also be considered in line with the wider human rights and equality architecture in Northern Ireland. This is not about a bill to protect two different traditions in Northern Ireland. It's about language and culture, which are separate issues. We have already extensive equality protections through various pieces of legislation. Indeed, we should have a single equality bill to better embed that.
It's the identity and language bill.
Yes, identity. Yes. Now, identity is
culture.
Now, identity is something that we shouldn't be seeing in a polarised way, which is the point I'm trying to stress. Let's focus on the language and the identity that goes with those languages, but let's not see them as being something that are monolithic and are the sole preserve of one or other side of the community, but something that is shared across the board. Now, the very particular reason why the bill is framed the way it is in terms of the differential approach to the Irish language and Ulster Scots reflects, first of all, the different usages of the language, the different demands from the different sectors, and also reflects the different way that the UK government has embedded them in terms of the wider European and international human rights framework around languages. So it's important to stress that if you look at the European Charter for Regional and Minority Languages, the UK government ratified that with respect to both Irish and Ulster Scots in 2001. However, it only ratified Ulster Scots in relation to Part 2 of the Charter, whereas Irish was ratified in relation to Part 2 and Part 3. So that already gives you some indication of the differential approach and why that pre-exists and has fed through into the New Decade New Approach Agreement and also this legislation. If you go further in that respect, it's about ensuring that we don't end up creating duties and expectations that aren't actually being sought, and equally we don't magnify what is already there and build it up as some sort of trope or some sort of threat that's going to change the complexion and the whole nature of areas. There's a lot of fear that's been whipped up, I have to say, around what the provisions of this bill are going to do to the characteristics of some areas, which I don't think actually stand up under scrutiny whatsoever. One of the trade-offs in the negotiations behind New Decade New Approach was to see what was being done in relation to Irish in perhaps a more narrow sense around language. But the demand in relation to Ulster Scots was to do it on a much wider basis, on a wider range of areas. And we don't talk about the Irish identity in the same way that we talk about the Irish language in the bill, in the same way that we have added on the Ulster British identity to the Ulster Scots language. So already in terms of how the terminology has been framed, we're not actually seeing a like-for-like comparison either. So once again, that illustrates why there is a differential approach inside the legislation.
The Honourable Member, yes. Dame Eleanor, I think the Honourable Member is touching on a really important point. And I am not prepared to have my aspiration determined and defined by the aspirations of others. If the key demand of nationalists is that this bill does what it does for the Irish language, that is their right to demand that. But at no time during the NDNA negotiations did we ever suggest that our aspiration in this bill and this legislation was limited to language. At no stage did we ever do it. And we made it absolutely clear that this was not limited to Ulster Scots, that it was about protecting our Ulster British heritage, culture and identity. So why does the honourable member feel that his unionist constituents in North Down should have their aspiration limited to conform with the aspirations of others who limited their demand in this to language? We never did. We were clear what we were seeking to achieve, and therefore I think the honourable member does not understand and does not seek to understand where we're coming from.
I'm grateful to the member for his comments. So I have to say that I do fear he's misunderstood what I have been saying. I'm not attacking the bill in that particular respect. What I'm doing is actually pointing out that there's already an inbuilt differential in that what happened in relation to the Irish language was much more narrowly focused around language and arguably maybe went deeper in that respect, whereas what happened in terms of Ulster Scots and Ulster British is wider in NDNA and is wider in the legislation, but doesn't quite go as deep. So that is the fundamental differential that's been made. One is deeper, one is wider, and that is perfectly fine. But I'm also making the point, I'm not seeking to diminish this or remove it from the bill, but to simply make the point that there isn't the same reference to the equivalent of an Ulster British identity put on to the Irish language aspects that reflected different demands in terms of the negotiations. And this actually just confirms the point I've made. What we have before us was hammered out extensively in negotiations over several years, and all these arguments that members are hearing today, or the few of us that are here are hearing today, have been rehearsed many times. There's very little here that's been said that's particularly new. With that, I'll move on from amendment number 1 and just briefly touch on some of the other amendments. Amendment 6 around the use of the word sensitivities. I do think this is one where the government should reflect and potentially remove that from the bill. As the member for South Belfast has already outlined, the qualifier in terms of someone's use of their rights should be someone else's rights. That's the way it happens in international and domestic human rights law. The term sensitivities is something that is very subjective and is seen as being, if you don't like what someone is saying or doing in terms of culture, that's a reason to intervene to stop it happening. Whereas simply being offended shouldn't be a criteria for stopping from happening. It's only if it actually infringes in terms of someone's rights. I also think it would be nice and a good gesture if the public authority duty was extended to the Northern Ireland office. The NIO, not least given the activities of the new Minister of State, is very active in Northern Ireland, and if the bill is good enough for the public authorities inside the devolved space, it should be good enough for the Northern Ireland office, at least in terms of how the NIO operates inside Northern Ireland. Two final amendments. Just want to talk around Amendment 13 in terms of safeguards, and it is with regret that I do have to say that it is necessary to have the assurance that if there isn't progress around, first of all, the appointment of an Irish Language Commissioner, that the Northern Ireland Office may need to intervene, and similarly in relation to the publication of standards. It is my wish that the devolved structures are A, restored, and B, whenever they're restored, they can progress these appointments and the approval of standards very quickly. But I have to say with regret that the evidence of the past 2.5 years and what's happened before that, and indeed things that have been said today, don't fill me with optimism that is indeed going to be the case. I've spoken to the Minister around this. I fully appreciate it's not their intention to come in with a heavy hand, but it may well be necessary. The final point I want to make is just in relation to the Castlereagh Foundation. I've no issue with it being part of the bill and being referenced in terms of the Office of Identity and Cultural Expression. And the fact that we have that office also reflects how this bill is engaging with language and identity issues in Northern Ireland. So it's broader than simply what we're doing around Irish and Ulster Scots language. I think it's important that there is proper transparency around this. And I would make the point to the Minister that there wasn't transparency in terms of the appointments process whenever the advisory panel was put in place in relation to the Castlereagh Foundation, and certainly we just seek assurances from him that won't be the practice going forward. And with that, I'm happy to leave it. Thank you very much, Dame Elder.
Carla Lockhart.
Thank you, Dame Eleanor.
You'll know, as we know, that Northern Ireland works best when our communities feel fairly treated. The purpose of our amendments to the bill before the House today is about offering that fairness to those of a unionist background. Our amendments do not disadvantage those who genuinely cherish the Irish language. Instead, they are about ensuring both Irish and Ulster British, Ulster Scots provisions are equitable and can be truly described as fair by all. That no identity recognised by this bill can be seen through any prism as having any for one advantage. Dame Eleanor, as this bill stands, unamended, this bill will be rejected by the unionist community. We will do so because the bill places their Ulster British and Ulster Scots identity on a plinth that sits below that on which Irish language is placed. That is not the basis for successful consensus legislation. Instead, it is the foundation for division, for mistrust and agitation. We have sought to positively engage with the Minister of State to address these concerns, and it is a matter of deep regret that despite warm words, he has indicated that he will endorse this inequality. That is regrettable, but reflective of the trajectory in which officials within the Northern Ireland office remain wedded when faced with unionist concerns. The Minister needs to understand one thing, however. At second reading, I made it clear that as we approach the 25th anniversary of the Belfast Agreement, that those who are making the birthday cake cannot start removing the key ingredients: cross-community consent, the devolution settlement, parity of esteem. All seem to be slowly and surely being eroded from how Northern Ireland is approached by this government and indeed by the cheerleaders of that agreement. This bill is a perfect example of this approach. At the same time, Dame Eleanor, the Minister must grasp that if the government is not faithful to its commitments in NDNA, then this party sees NDNA as dead. He will understand all too well what that means for the restoration of devolved government. Our amendments can remedy such a situation ensuing. My hope is that this House will support the amendments that can avoid such an unsatisfactory outcome. This leads me to Amendment 20 in the names of my colleagues and I. Dame Eleanor, the matters addressed by this bill are devolved issues. They ought to be dealt with if and when a new executive is formed. Yet what we have is quite a remarkable overreach in terms of the powers bestowed upon the Secretary of State in this regard. Dame Eleanor, in terms of this amendment, it is my belief that the government cannot credibly oppose other amendments to this bill on the basis that they deviate from the terms of the new decade, new approach, while at the same time granting the Secretary of State unprecedented powers which denigrate the need for cross-community consent and cut across devolved competencies. The government may view these measures as a dormant measure that will only be activated in extreme circumstances. However, that is not the effect they will have. These powers will have a corrosive effect on relationships within the executive and actually amount to an invitation to either the First or the Deputy First Minister not to seek agreement and instead lobby the government to intervene unilaterally. This sets an unhelpful precedent and follows fast on the heels of the decision of previous governments to override ministers in areas like abortion and the implementation of the protocol. The government should not make itself hostage to the manufactured grievance factory of Sinn Féin or any other parties. Dame Eleanor, we saw that this issue was weaponised for 3 years to block the restoration of an executive in Northern Ireland. The members for Foyle, South Belfast and North Down stood shoulder to shoulder with those who demanded no return of Stormont until this issue was addressed. The same political activists
Will the member give way?
Adopt. No, I'll not give way.
Will the member retract that?
I'll not retract what I've said. It's absolutely correct. You've stood shoulder to shoulder during the time that the executive was pulled down by Sinn Féin at the behest of their demands. The same political activists will adopt the same approach should they not be appeased again. Like many others, there is little faith in the Northern Ireland Office's ability to withstand such demands. That is a road to further instability and division in our province. Dame Eleanor, intertwined with this issue is the role of the First Minister and Deputy First Minister, and in this regard we have tabled amendments 26, 27 and 28. These amendments underline the importance of political accountability and consensual ministerial agreement in the exercise of the functions of the headline offices and bodies established by the bill. The two commissioners and the Director of Office and Identity will ultimately be appointed by the First and Deputy First Ministers. Compliance with guidance or directions mutually agreed by those ministers must therefore be a defining feature of their operation. We would point out that the wording of must comply is drawn word for word from the 3 draft bills published in the aftermath of New Decade, New Approach. The existing drafting in this bill reneges on that provision, emphasising the power to direct rather than the duty to comply. Dame Eleanor, there is an urgent need to place consensus working and cross-community protections at the heart of our politics. That is key to the parity of esteem that all parties claim to value and cherish. And as I've said before, it is ignored in this bill, and the Government have the opportunity to address this. Amendment 1 and Amendment 2 to 5 address the duty to have regard to Ulster Scots guidance and the current imbalance in the enforceability and robustness of the functions of the Ulster-British Ulster Scots Commissioner in comparison to those legislated in this bill, empowering the Irish Language Commissioner. These amendments, if accepted, would extend the grounds on which a complaint to the Ulster Scots and Ulster British traditions can be brought to cover the conduct of public authorities in relation to all the guidance they issue. Importantly, it would deliver parity of esteem by applying a comparable due regard duty for advice and guidance to the Ulster British Ulster Scots Commissioner to that which applies to the Irish Language Commissioner.
Key issue.
The bill, as currently drafted, creates an office for Ulster British Ulster Scots in which the Commissioner can be ignored, with no binding duty or incentive for public bodies to adhere to recommendations from the Commissioner. The likely impact of such a Commissioner is seriously restricted.
Lip service.
To the unionist community, such a toothless tiger as Commissioner is not acceptable. We will not be bought off with the image of a Commissioner with the substance of a ghost. It is window dressing to expand the scope of the Ulster Scots Commissioner to arts and literature, but not include guidance issued in those areas as eligible areas for the purpose of complaints. Limiting this to language is not fair or balanced, and as it has always been recognised that in order for the unionist community to be afforded a Commissioner that is of equal value to it as the Irish Language Commissioner is to the nationalist community, it must have a broader focus than language, because the development of bilingual service provision in Ulster Scots has never been a priority for unionists. If adding arts and literature to the scope of the Commissioner was deemed necessary by the Government to offset risk of the added value for Irish language trumping Ulster Scots, it follows that the parameters of the complaints mechanism should also be extended. Amendments 21 and 22 seek to right a failure within this bill as drafted relating to the Castlereagh Foundation. The amendments tabled by my party colleagues in the other place in relation to the Castlereagh Foundation would have required the Secretary of State to take action and establish the foundation. The eventual change enacted is ambiguous and provides an escape clause for the Government to farm out this function to an outside body without a clear explanation. Throughout my comments, I have stated occasions where this is a departure from NDNA and it is once again seen in relation to the Castlereagh Foundation. The NDNA obligation on the Government to fund the Castlereagh Foundation is an obligation on the Government. We do not believe it would be appropriate to vest this power on the Office of Identity and Cultural Expression, irrespective of whether it is deemed an operationally independent branch. Moreover, the change ushered in the Lords does not go far enough in respect of funding and establishment. It does not appropriate for Clause 8 to rest as merely a permissive power which the Secretary of State may or may not use. Dear Eleanor, I wish to address our amendments relating to the cost to the public purse. Amendments 31 to 35, in the names of my colleagues and I, address the fact that there is currently no mechanism within the bill to ensure transparency and accountability with regards to public spend on each of the bodies and offices established. It would be wholly wrong that one office should run at a disproportionate cost to the other in fulfilling their duties. Therefore, the existence of such a mechanism is vital in ensuring parity of esteem between the various traditions. An indicative £9 million is stipulated in the explanatory notes in relation to the establishment and operation of the two commissioners and of the Office of Identity and Culture. However, there is no equivalent assessment of the likely financial implications for public authorities of having to give due regard to Irish language, best practice standards, response to the advice on Ulster Scots. This is alarming, and it's alarming for councils who are looking at double-digit rate rises on hard-pressed householders. It's alarming for housing associations and our housing executive who have record waiting lists and our homeless epidemic to address. It is alarming for our health trusts who face unprecedented pressures. Very quickly.
I thank the Honourable for giving away, and very quickly to reinforce what the Honourable Lady has referred to in relation to councils. Newry and Down Council enforced Irish language signage in Saintfield Town against the wishes of the people who were there. It's an example of pushing something that local people don't want.
At a significant cost, no doubt, to the ratepayer. Ultimately, this is where the substantive added cost will be derived in the delivery of visible and frontline public services. The new Prime Minister has been elected based on his handling of the public finances. Let us have some management of public money in this bill. The last amendment I will address is Amendment 29. This amendment would revise and expand the functions of the Commissioner for the Ulster Scots and Ulster British traditions provided in the bill. The Commissioner would be responsible for developing the language, culture and heritage associated with these traditions, reflecting the body of established work and existing human rights laws. It is clear that all of the 70+ public authorities engaged by the legislation provide services using a language, and that the bilingual objective of an Irish Language Commissioner is such that they could all logically receive guidance from the Irish Language Commissioner. By contrast, the fact that there is no objective or duty for the 70+ public authorities to operate bilingually using the Ulster Scots language means that the comparative engagement by the Ulster Scots Ulster British Tradition Commissioner will be far less. The addition of arts and literature is only likely to result in a slight increase in guidance for Ulster Scots, thus a fundamental inequality remains. In this context, the case for widening the scope of the Ulster Scots Ulster British Commissioner to heritage and culture is very strong. This function is more likely to cut across the 70+ bodies in scope of this bill and have a more substantive burden and impact for the unionist community. Dame Eleanor, other colleagues have addressed other amendments, and I'm sure that some will be picked up in the winding remarks. I urge the Government and the Minister himself to take heed of our desire to make this legislation better by making it consistent with NDNA, consistent with the principles that lie at the very heart of our political process around cross-community consent. Seize the opportunity, Minister. Support our amendments.
Sammy Wilson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. First of all, can I make it clear that as far as this bill is concerned, whilst it was part of the NDNA agreement, I believe that the priority which is given to this particular issue at this particular time will bemuse many people in Northern Ireland, and I suspect many people in this House as well. A government that says that we have to tighten up public expenditure, that we have to cut down the number of quangos, and then promotes a bill which will have substantial costs attached to it, which will set up 3 more quangos. I think at this particular time, people will ask, is it really a wise move to make? I can understand it if the issues which we're addressing here today were being totally ignored in public policy in Northern Ireland. They are not. As I pointed out in an earlier intervention, the Irish language already attracts substantial public funds, and those who wish to speak the Irish language have lots of opportunities, not only to learn it, to speak it, to promote it, and to enjoy it in Northern Ireland. Running to the tune of hundreds of millions of pounds, Irish language schools are opened with a fraction of the number of pupils that would see a state school closed, or a voluntary school closed, or a Catholic maintained school closed. So there's preferential treatment in the promotion of Irish language when it comes to education. There's substantial amount of money goes into Irish language broadcasting. I don't know how many people listen to the BBC programmes which are broadcast at prime times in Irish language, but I suspect that there are not too many. But yet substantial public money goes into it. Where people wish to have Irish street names in Northern Ireland, they can have them. And in fact, as the member for Strangford has pointed out, and sometimes even where they don't want them, nationalist councils will impose them on them at quite substantial funding. And of course, Irish language festivals are open and are granted substantial amounts of money every year. So the idea that Irish language is not well catered for in Northern Ireland is wrong. I have nothing against it. Indeed, I think I'm probably one of the few unionist MPs who, when approached by members of the Irish language community to promote a book in my own constituency where there are Irish language speakers, I was the person who hired the facility from the council, who got the leaflets out, and some very keen Irish language speakers attended it. Very few, I've got to say, even though there's a substantial number in my own constituency, apparently. And the author of the book was more than thankful that a unionist had helped to facilitate this in a unionist community. So I'm not against people speaking Irish, but I am, and I do question whether or not it should have the priority that it should. And could I just make something very clear here today, Madam Deputy Speaker, or Madam Chairman? We're not erecting a building which is fixed. We're planting a tree today. And we're not planting what I believe would be a slow-growing beech tree. We're planting a fast-growing Leylandii language tree, which will absorb huge amounts of public money as time goes on. And unfortunately, the High Hedges legislation will not even be able to apply to it, because the Commissioner will be able to stop anyone trying to cut it down to size. So I think that we've got to bear that in mind. The second general point I want to make is this: that this legislation was part of the New Decade, New Approach initiative. It was designed to get the Assembly up and running again. There were many commitments that were made in that. And the commitments which were made in respect of this particular aspect have been well overstepped. And I'm not blaming the Minister for it. I know he's not too amused at me making some criticism of him. But personal friends do make criticisms of each other now and again, Minister, and especially when they're wrong. And I'll give way to him, yes.
I'll just say to him he shouldn't worry about it. We'll talk about it over a cup of tea.
Yeah. And can I assure him I'm not worried about it either, just in case he thought I was. But he's got to ask why or how did it get changed? Mm-hmm. Who changed it?
Absolutely.
Who took the initiative to change the terms of the bill which we now have before us? And I've got to say, and may I stand by the points I've made, because I've made them time and time again, and unionists are frustrated with the Northern Ireland office.
Absolutely.
Whose default position seems to be, if Sinn Féin wants something, then they've got to be given it, for whatever reason. For whatever reason. And what we can be sure of is that some of the changes we made in this have been made not at the behest of unionists, not even in compliance with what was agreed during New Decade, New Approach, but were made because of the whisperings that something which could not be achieved in negotiations should be delivered in another way. And that's why I do take exception, and I am angry at the Minister, knowing that it having been pointed out to him and spelt out to him the dangers which lie in this bill, the imbalance which lies in this bill, and the way in which this is not going to promote unity or promote harmony, but is going to promote further division. Division which, in fact, he himself is now accepting he may well have to referee and adjudicate on. That's why he's included powers in this bill which were never originally intended, and I'll give way to him again.
I'm grateful to him, and I will deal with the things he's raising when I come to my remarks, but I think it just does have to be said for the public's benefit and the committees, that just as he's accusing us of doing whatever Sinn Féin suggests, as I think I may have said earlier, we are accused of pandering to the DUP by Sinn Féin. We are accused of pandering to the DUP. I think that everybody should just take stock and remember that this bill, as was said earlier by honourable gentlemen, this bill is an attempt faithfully to implement New Decade, New Approach, faithfully to implement it in good faith, and we are only doing it in this House because the Assembly is not up and running. And when I get to my remarks, I hope I will demonstrate to him the sincerity with which I've engaged to his and others' passionate pleas on this point. But if you just leave a little room for me to respond to him at the end in his rage, I'll be grateful.
And I'll be interested to hear how he has pandered to the DUP in this bill. We have highlighted that what was agreed in New Decade, New Approach is not in it. We have shown him where the imbalances are, and I would like to see where he believes he has balanced towards the point of view which we have expressed in this debate to date or in the discussions we've had with him earlier. So I think that those are the first two introductory remarks I want to make. Let me come to some of the amendments and why the amendments are necessary. We have asked for an amendment to Clause 1 to ensure, in Amendment 27, to ensure that the views of the Deputy First and Deputy First Minister have to be taken into account by the commissioners who are set up. Why is that necessary? It is necessary for one particular reason, that if once commissioners are appointed, if there is no accountability, if there is no restraint or rein on those commissioners, then they can do what they want without any political accountability. They can introduce measures and recommend measures which have huge political consequences and which can cause massive political division and annoyance and indeed costs. And yet there's no, if they are not subject to the First and Deputy First Ministers acting jointly, then there is no restraint on them. And I can say this to the Minister. The one thing you can be absolutely sure is you're not going to get some individual applying for these posts who does not feel strongly about the issues. In fact, these posts are going to attract people who are zealots. They believe in what they're being asked to do. They want to promote what they're being asked to promote. And if they are left unrestrained, then you can be absolutely sure that they will be making recommendations, giving guidance, making demands, which will cause difficulties to the people who have to adhere to them. And of course, they will want to build their empire. And that's why it is important that there is some accountability and some political restraint on them. You cannot, in positions like this and for positions like these, allow someone to be appointed who has no curtailment upon them. The second thing, the second amendment which I want to address is the one about the powers of the Commissioner. And here, and it follows really from the first amendment which I've spoken about. Because not only are we going to have commissioners who do not have that political accountability if we don't have them, require them to act in response to the First and Deputy First Ministers acting jointly, but when they do obtain those positions, there is an unequal balance in the powers for them. For the Irish Language Commissioner, the Irish Language Commissioner can issue guidance, can look at best practice, can listen to complaints about what people want in areas, and can then make recommendations which public bodies have to show due regard to. Not that they should, not that they might, but they must show due regard to the particular issues which come from the Commissioner's office. In the case of the Ulster Scots Commissioner, there is no such powers. The Ulster Scots Commissioner can issue guidance, and public bodies may or may not show due regard to it. They may decide to act on it, may not. If they don't decide to act on it, people can complain, and what will the Commissioner do? The Commissioner will write a report that they have not acted on it. Now, this becomes even more important when one asks, who are the chief offenders when it comes to ignoring and when it comes to abusing the likes of councils or public bodies and discriminating against the views of one side or the other? And the leader of my party has already given examples. When at Stormont, we wanted to celebrate the Queen's Jubilee, we couldn't even plant a rose bush. When we wanted to commemorate the anniversary of Northern Ireland, we couldn't even put a stone in the ground. Now, that was as a result of a decision by a Sinn Féin, a bigoted Sinn Féin minister, who had control of the grounds of Stormont and who refused to give any recognition to what Unionists would have regarded as their heritage and their culture. You contrast that with when the GAA wanted to have their, commemorate their 125th anniversary, and I have great reservations with the GAA, especially given the fact that they named clubs after murderers and everything else. I was in the same position as Conor Murphy was when the GAA asked to plant a tree on the grounds of Stormont to commemorate their 125th anniversary. Whilst I didn't agree with the GAA, whilst I had many reservations about the way in which they behaved, nevertheless I accepted that they were part of the nationalist tradition, they were part of the nationalist sporting culture, and I, without hesitation, gave them the permission to do so. And that's the same across councils in Northern Ireland, where councils, Sinn Féin dominated councils and nationalist dominated councils, because in some cases the SDLP went along with them rather than stand up against them. The money was refused to community groups to celebrate the Queen's Jubilee, the anniversary of Northern Ireland. statues have been taken down, windows have been removed, emblems have been taken out of council chambers, etc. Now, what would the purpose of the Commissioner have been? Had a Commissioner had the same powers afforded to them as being afforded to the Irish Language Commissioner, that Commissioner would have had the ability to go to those councils and to require them to have, first of all, to recognise unionist culture and heritage, and then require them to behave in a way which give recognition to it. This bill does not give the Commissioner the power to do that, but it does give an Irish Language Commissioner the power to go to, for example, Mid and East Antrim Council in my own area and dictate to them that they must spend money on the Irish language, even if that is not wanted by the council or by the residents in that council area. I'll go away. Yeah.
Thank the member for giving way, and Dame Eleanor, thank you. Just in relation to the ability to put up either a stone, a memorial to commemorate the centenary of Northern Ireland, or plant a rose bush. The fact is that the Northern Ireland office, there is actually a complaint lodged with those who work within it about the Queen's picture hanging on the wall and wanting it removed, and that proves how unfair the Northern Ireland office are in relation to a government department that runs by this government actually wanting to remove the Queen's painting or photograph from their work environment.
I think, and I mean, the member makes a very good point, and in fact, it was the Northern Ireland office where that controversy actually arose, maybe indicating the colour, the political colour of some of those who populate the Northern Ireland office, and bearing out the point I made earlier on. But I would like to hear from the Minister, when he sums up, how he intends and how he believes this bill gives protection to unionists, especially unions who live in nationalist-dominated councils, to have their heritage, their culture, their language, their interests protected when the powers have not been given to the Commissioner and to do that. And why does he feel that when it comes to public bodies, the Irish Language Commissioner requires to have those powers of due regard?
To interrupt the honourable gentleman, but I had hoped that I haven't put any time limit on, I haven't put any restriction on at all. I had hoped for cooperation to make the chamber work well this afternoon. The honourable gentleman's been on his feet for 19 minutes. It's a long time. I hope that he will now draw his remarks to a close, because I would like to bring in at least the leader of his party before we come to the wind-ups. And I just hope that he will show some consideration for the rest of the House, please.
And I will, of course, obey your request, Madam Chairman. So I've posed a question to the Minister. Can he show how the discrepancy that there is here will give the same protection? And the last point I want to make to him is this: that he's welcome to be to get involved in the quagmire of the chaos which this bill is going to cause, especially the complaints which are going to arise and the friction which it's going to cause. I suspect that he says it'll be light touch. I suspect he's going to find that he will be dragged into controversies over this time and time again. Ministers will be, and of course that's not a good way to progress, where there's a requirement to impose rather than reach agreement. But by having the powers which he has which the bill gives to the Minister, the one thing you can be sure that the default position will always be let the Minister decide. Let the Minister decide. And rather than reach a resolution on these issues, it will become yet another focus of controversy.
Did you change this? Sir Geoffrey Donaldson.
Thank you, Dame Eleanor, and can I express my appreciation to the Honourable Member for North Dorset, the Honourable Member for South Belfast, Strangford, Upper Bann, East Antrim and North Down, and North Antrim for the contributions they have made this afternoon. And I'm not going to rehearse, Dame Eleanor, the arguments that have been made very effectively by my colleagues. I just want to touch on the politics of all of this, because I think it is very important and needs to be understood by the front bench. I was present during the negotiations on New Decade, New Approach. I followed very closely, and the Honourable Member for North Down is right. The negotiations on identity and language were torturous, detailed and lengthy. Because these are issues that are very sensitive in Northern Ireland, very sensitive. And we know that, and we know some of the trouble we've had in Northern Ireland in the past around issues that arise from identity, culture and so on. And where we want to get to, Dame Eleanor, is to a new place where the way that we mark our diversity of culture, identity, language and so on is through respect. That's the landing zone, if I can use that term, for us. And I look at this bill and I recall very clearly what was agreed in New Decade, New Approach. And I understand very clearly, as a senior member of the DUP negotiating team in those negotiations, I know what we signed up to. And I remember the very detailed arguments that took place within our own party around New Decade, New Approach, and the very detailed consideration that we gave to this aspect of that agreement. And I am very clear that the bill does not reflect what we agreed. And my colleagues have referenced the other draft bills that were published and the difference there is between NDNA, and I wrote to the Minister, and I'm not going to repeat what I said in a very lengthy letter to the Minister, setting out in detail. He asked us at second reading to explain where we were able to highlight a disparity between what was in NDNA and what is in the bill. And we've done that and done it in detail. And I have to say I was disappointed with the Minister's response to that, because I do not think that the Northern Ireland office understands fully the strength of feeling on this on these benches. And that's important, because we can't support the bill in its current form. And that means we can't go out and promote it to the communities that we represent. And therefore, the bill will fail in its objective to promote respect in Northern Ireland, because the Unionist community, those of us who come from an Ulster British, Ulster Scots background, do not feel that this bill adequately respects and protects our identity. And our identity is much wider than the question of language. And I won't repeat what I said to the Honourable Member for North Down. But if nationalist parties wanted to use this vehicle to achieve what they have sought to achieve on language, we were very clear that our objectives and aspirations were broader, much broader than language, and the Honourable Member for Strangford in his remarks made that clear. And therefore the bill, I believe, fails to adequately offer the protection that we wanted for our identity, for our culture and heritage. And therefore the bill is not adequate. And therefore I say to the Minister, we on this side of the House have watched very closely the actions of the Northern Ireland office in the past week. We're coming up to an Assembly election, we are told by the Secretary of State. And this week we suddenly find, and the draft order paper for business for this week did not include this bill. And I was told by the Chief Whip, the then Chief Whip, on the government side, the legislation would not come until after any Assembly election to avoid any perception that there would be an attempt by the government to influence the election. And yet here we are, the bill is fast-tracked. All of a sudden, it's on the order paper. and we find that the government is putting a tick in the Sinn Féin box. So Sinn Féin can go out after today and say, we achieved what we set out to achieve.
Member given way. It's more point of information, hopefully to the service of the House and to be fair to the government. This committee stage today was actually announced in the business statement last Thursday, so it didn't come as a surprise in the sense that we were bounced today with this bill. It was properly telegraphed as far as I'm concerned.
And I thank the honourable member for his intervention. I didn't say that. I said that when the draft order was published last week, this was not on the order paper. And I spoke to the Chief Whip, who gave me the assurance that such a sensitive issue as this would not be debated further until after any Assembly election. And yet here we are. And, you know, I have to look at this and I come to the conclusion that there appears in the Northern Ireland office to be an attempt, a fairly blunt attempt, in fast-tracking this legislation today, in refusing to take any amendments to deal with unionist concerns, that there's an agenda. And I don't say that lightly. I am not someone who is given to making accusations that I don't believe have substance. I believe that this is a blunt attempt by the Northern Ireland office to deliver a key demand made by Sinn Féin so that Sinn Féin can go to the polls and trumpet what they have achieved, and not to accept any unionist amendments so that unionism can't go out and say, we believe that this is a fair and balanced approach to what are very sensitive issues. So let me make clear to the Minister two things in summing up my remarks. And I think this is important. When we signed up to New Decade New Approach Agreement, it was about the terms for restoring devolved government in Northern Ireland after 3 years of Sinn Féin saying we couldn't have a government until the Irish language issue was addressed. And that's an indisputable fact. That was their key demand. And therefore, New Decade New Approach is a package which is designed to address the concerns of people across the community. And it was the basis for restoring devolved government. For unionism, there were two, among others, but there were two key elements of that agreement that helped us to take the decision to go back into the power-sharing executive. One was the commitment from the UK government to protect and restore Northern Ireland's place within the UK internal market. Not delivered. 2.5 years later, not delivered. And that's why in February this year, reluctantly, I had to take the step that I took to withdraw the then First Minister because the government hadn't delivered on their New Decade New Approach commitment. Secondly, it was on ensuring that on language and identity we got a balanced outcome. This bill destroys that balanced outcome. And therefore I say to the Minister in all candour that if this bill goes through in its current form unamended, we will have to return to this issue. We will have to return to this issue because it is a key part of New Decade New Approach. It needs to be balanced. It needs to respect the identity and culture of the Ulster British, Ulster Scots communities in Northern Ireland. And we're not going to settle for second best. We're not going to settle for our identity, our culture, being treated second class. We're not going to settle for that, because what our amendments are about is not changing what's in there on the Irish language. It is not seeking to level down. It is not seeking to diminish the rights that are being put into this legislation. It is to ensure parity of esteem for the Ulster British and Ulster Scots tradition, heritage and culture. That's what we're seeking to achieve. We're not seeking to do anyone down. What we want to do, to use a phrase well and often used by the government, level up. We're seeking to level up so that our identity, culture and heritage can be fully protected and respected, just as we expect the identity, heritage and culture of others to be protected and respected.
I'm very grateful for member for giving way, but can he just bring a little bit of clarity to some of his remarks that he just made? He said that they will return to this issue. If this bill goes through, this becomes law. We've already had, and the member is entitled to his opinion and position on any particular issue. We already have no government in Northern Ireland because of the DUP stance around the protocol. I'm not going to debate that today. What is the member saying exactly about their position if this bill goes through? Because we have, in my view, a desperate need for government in Northern Ireland.
Well, I agree with the honourable member for Foyle that we want to see the political institutions up and running, but I remind him that and we've often heard from others that agreements should be honoured. That's often been the mantra of others. New Decade, New Approach is not being honoured today. And we have made clear the reasons why it's not being honoured. And I'm simply saying to the honourable member and to the House, we will not settle for this as the final say and the final outcome on this. We will continue to argue our case that further protections need to be provided for. And I will listen very closely and very carefully to what the Minister says. I'm simply saying that this is not the end of the matter, that this needs to be dealt with properly. That we need fairness and equity, we need parity of esteem. We've often been told that's what we want, that's what we need, and that's what I desire for the communities that we represent. So in conclusion, Mr Chairman, I say to the Minister, and I will listen to what he has to say, but I am disappointed, and my colleagues are disappointed that today the outcome is an unwillingness and inflexibility on the part of the Northern Ireland Office in the mouth of an election that they are going to call to accept unionist amendments to a bill which is about providing equity, parity of esteem and respect for the diverse culture, heritage, traditions and languages of the people of Northern Ireland. And it is not lost on us that the haste that the government has shown in bringing this bill forward and concluding its proceedings before the election and in ignoring unionist concerns, that somehow for us has an implication for the election. And I think that is a matter of deep regret, because the government should be above that and the government should tread sensitively when it deals with these issues.
Wind up, Speaker Kyle.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I start by congratulating the Minister for retaining his position on the front bench. I'm sure it was an anxious few days waiting by the phone for him and his boss, who I know is engaged in business relating to Northern Ireland elsewhere, but I congratulate both of them for retaining their positions. And I start my comments very conscious of the opening comments from the Right Honourable Member for the Lagan Valley about the sensitivity of the issues that we're discussing here today. I'm very aware of the sensitivities relating to identity and language in Northern Ireland. As I've said numerous times, I regret that I'm standing here to speak to these comments. I wish all of these issues had been resolved within the Assembly, and I hope the follow-up from this, because let's be honest, this bill is going to pass, and I hope that when this can be redressed and any wash-up that needs to come from it can be dealt with locally. For reasons I'll come on to, I do not want to take up too much time for this debate. Northern Ireland voices, they need to be heard, and I'm glad that so many of them have done so far. Our view is that this bill broadly keeps with the identity and language commitments made in the New Decade, New Approach agreement. Language and identity issues have clearly always played a part in the peace process, and this bill is a welcome development in creating an unambiguous legal framework for them. For committee stage, it's important to remember that this bill is an amalgamation of 3 draft bills. These separate bills were published alongside the New Decade, New Approach agreement. They were supposed to go through the Northern Ireland Assembly, where I'm sure they could have been improved upon and developed with scrutiny. It is with regret that we are dealing with this legislation here. However, the government is right to uphold its commitment to take the legislation through Westminster when Stormont is unwilling or unable to do so. Nevertheless, it does present a challenge for how we approach amendments today. We are conscious of not straying too far from the deal which was struck some years ago between the then Secretary of State, the political parties in Northern Ireland and the Irish government. There was also, frankly, a very short period of time between the stages of this bill in this House. As a result, there has been less opportunity to engage with important stakeholders for us on the opposition side. Some of the groups I've spoken to feel frustrated that they've not been consulted to the degree that they will have wanted. I had constructive meeting with the Ulster Scots Agency just yesterday, but I wouldn't want the House to misconstrue having a meeting as an endorsement from them. I feel that others may have done so, and I don't want to fall into the same trap. They have misgivings about this bill, and I have committed to a meeting with them again afterwards to express how, and to understand the concerns and how they can be addressed. As I said to them in the conversation I had with them yesterday, I understand that this is most likely to happen from a position of this bill having passed through Parliament. I would like to explore with them how the issues that they are raising can be addressed going forward, and I hope that the Minister can agree similarly. May I remind the House that this is an organisation set up by the Belfast Good Friday Agreement. I hope the Minister will keep engaging with them as much as possible going forward. I've also met with Conrad Nal Galgar. Oh, of course I'd give way.
Before he moves off the Ulster Scots, I understand and I respect the honourable gentleman for his meetings with all the organisations, which he should do. But at the same time, when he met the Ulster Scots Agency, they put forward a point of view which this legislation today, they're asking for the same thing that we're asking for. How does the honourable gentleman see this legislation addressing the concerns of the Ulster Scots when it's legislatively here today to make those changes?
I'm grateful for his intervention. And I am grateful for the comments he made earlier, which I learned a great deal from. The way I see this going forward is via the Northern Ireland Assembly in Northern Ireland taking it forward. That's the way it must come forward. I am happy from the opposition perspective and hopefully the aspiring Secretary of State for Northern Ireland to start engaging and keep the engagement going. But I am very, very aware that the best place to resolve these issues is within Northern Ireland itself. And I hope we can create the circumstances and the government will redouble its efforts to deliver on the commitments made to all parties in Northern Ireland, which so far has been too elusive. I also met yesterday with Conrad Nal Galkar, who have suggested parts of this bill they believe could be strengthened regarding the Irish Language Commissioner. Taking this bill through in one piece here instead of 3 separate bills in Northern Ireland has let these groups down. I'm grateful for all of the help these organisations have given. Their expertise is invaluable. I also note, in the other place, the government minister stated that he saw the legislation as being open to updates in Stormont once it has returned. Turning to our opposition amendments, 15, 16 and 17, which were probing amendments, which I hope the Minister will engage with in good spirit, these amendments are simple and would expand the definition of public authority within the bill to include the Northern Ireland Office and the Northern Ireland Human Rights Commission. There were amendments accepted in the other place that addressed concerns that have cropped up since the New Decade New Approach. For example, the addition of the Castlereagh Foundation was not part of the draft legislation but keeps within the wider agreement. It is with this approach in mind that we have tabled our amendments today. The bill currently excludes the Northern Ireland Office and the Northern Ireland Human Rights Commission from being subject to the proposed statutory provisions. As these bodies have a base in Northern Ireland and focus solely on Northern Ireland, it does not seem logical that they are not included. It seems to be accepted that both bodies will have a substantial role to play once this legislation is established. Considering the Northern Ireland Office is taking such an active approach with this bill, I do not think it's unreasonable for it to have regard to the principles in it. When these matters were discussed in the other place, the Minister conceded this point when he said, and I quote, "Of course, given the close interest of the Northern Ireland Office in the New Decade New Approach commitments on which the bill delivers, I would still expect consideration to be given to the national and cultural identity principles set out in the first part of the bill, and the guidance issued by the respective commissioners. I would expect much the same with the Northern Ireland Human Rights Commission, and for the benefit of our friends and hard-working members of Hansard, that was the Lord's Hansard, volume 823, debated on Wednesday, the 6th of July. I do not believe this uncertainty between what is expected and what is legislated to be necessary. It is something the Northern Ireland Human Rights Commission themselves have made a compelling argument for amending. They stated in their debate briefing on the bill, and I quote, that while it is reasonable to expect that such public authorities will act in good faith and comply with the bill to the best of their ability, if they are not supported to do so, it is likely that their actions will be significantly limited. They recommend that the interpretation of the public authority is amended to reflect the Section 6 of the Human Rights Act 1998, which goes far beyond what our amendment suggests. There is also the example of how the Welsh language legislation works in this regard, which the government could learn from. I am very curious to hear what the government's views have developed in this regard, with regards to amendments 15, 16 and 17. Turning to other amendments under consideration today, we are supportive of amendments 6 and 7. They received support from all parties when they were discussed in the other place. We share their concerns about qualifying cultural expression on the basis of sensitivities of others. Human rights groups have pointed out that it is not clear how this should be interpreted in practice. Without further definition, the concept of sensitivities of others is subjective. We are concerned that it could restrict free expression purely on the basis of prejudice and intolerance of others to such expression. When I put this to the Minister during second reading, he stated, and I quote, "The approach we are taking is consistent with the draft legislation published alongside NDNA. It really is for the Office of Identity and Cultural Expression to implement this in practice. We understand why the government does not want to stray too far from what is previously agreed, but it puts the new office in a very difficult position, and I work to work out immediately what sensitivities mean in practice." Taking a step back, this bill has been praised for trying to depoliticise language and cultural issues in Northern Ireland. These amendments would improve the bill in this regard, as there would not be further debates around the meaning of sensitivities. Using a human rights basis would instead provide much more certainty on what the limits of cultural expression are. Finally, we are sympathetic to Amendment 1. It would oblige public authorities to give due regard to the Commissioner for the Ulster Scots and Ulster Scots British traditions. When I met the Ulster Scots Agency, this was something they felt very strongly about. They hopefully pointed me to the relevant passage of the New Decade, New Approach, which says, "The functions of the Commissioner will be to provide advice and guidance to public authorities, including where relevant on the effect of implementation so far affecting Ulster Scots. The Northern Ireland Human Rights Commission have said for the Commissioner's advisory function to be meaningful, these authorities must be required to have regard to that advice. And for this reason, we are supporting that amendment, and at that I rest. Thank you.
Minister.
Mr Deputy Speaker, and what a debate it has been. Such passion and fire at committee stage is relatively unusual, but I'm grateful to have this opportunity to respond on behalf of the government. The first thing I think I should say is that we, of course, have been engaging widely with the Ulster Scots Agency, with Conor Gallagher and others, and I've been very pleased to do so. The members opposite talked about us hitting the ground running and me hitting the ground running and making good progress. That's why we've been so active in Northern Ireland, because we've engaged, and of course we'll continue to engage. And I think before we go any further, I think I should say that of course we'll keep the operation of this bill under review, but let's not forget, as was pointed out opposite, this bill is only before the House because the Assembly is not able to take it through. And it is an attempt to faithfully implement New Decade, New Approach. And I want to try and get on to some of the detail about that. We've worked very closely with members and right honourable members. I'm grateful to the leader of the DUP for his letter, and we have exchanged lengthy letters, and I'm not going to have time to get into all of the points which he made. I think what I should do in terms of making the best use of the time available is to turn directly to their amendments. The government stayed in regular contact with the DUP and the five parties to New Decade, New Approach on the content of this bill, and we have certainly appreciated regular engagement at both an official and political level. This morning, the Honourable Gentleman and I met to discuss the provisions, and I'm under absolutely no illusions whatsoever about the great and earnest passion with which he approaches these issues. You know, I'm 51 years of age and a former Royal Air Force engineer officer. Anyone can work out what the security situation was when I was a young man. So I feel it takes quite a deal of Christian charity for me not to respond in kind when I'm accused of pandering to Sinn Féin, and I think perhaps better leave that there. But I've no intention of pandering to Sinn Féin. I am a unionist, and I am under an obligation to play my part in governing Northern Ireland impartially, and that's what I intend to do. But just to turn to the point he made, he particularly talked about the delay in memorialising the victims of Enniskillen. I think it is shocking to think that anyone stood in the way of memorialising the victims. It is really shocking. I think it's frankly shaming on those who've stood in the way of putting that memorial in place. But I don't think the amendments that he's proposing would solve that problem or that category of problem. I'm very short of time, but I will.
And I understand that. I just think it's important to put on the record, and because it's been talked about Sinn Féin this and Sinn Féin that, and maybe he would take the opportunity to put on the record that people who love the Irish language don't necessarily vote for Sinn Féin. It is a language that has been embraced by people from right across our community. It is not a political tool, and it shouldn't be treated as that. That has been part of the problem up to now.
Minister. I'm very grateful to him for putting that on the record, and I'm also conscious that I need to respect the fact that Sinn Féin are not here to speak for themselves, but we do engage with them regularly, and I hope they've found respectfully. But I just wanted to make the point to the honourable gentleman opposite, who've made some very strident allegations towards me and towards the NIO, and I hope that they will not mind if I just respond gently, that these things are potentially also offensive to me and to others. I want to just turn to the substance of the amendment. I really do, as I think I'm indicating, appreciate the strength of feeling, and I understand the rationale for these honourable and right honourable members. I do want to particularly draw their attention to Clause 1 and the establishment of the office, because the principles on national and cultural identity are there applying to all public authorities, and I think this is something in which they should take considerable comfort. The fundamental crux of the matter is that the two commissioners have very different scope. The Irish Language Commissioner must have their guidance approved by the First Minister and Deputy First Minister acting in concert. Now, in relation to the Ulster Scots and the Ulster British Commissioner, while there's a power to direct that Commissioner, they can produce such guidance as they see fit. And it is across a broader scope. I could make more remarks about exact definition of that scope, but the point is this. Were I to accept the DUP's amendments, there would be four really serious problems. The first is it would create a much more powerful commissioner with a much broader scope, with a lower level of accountability to the First Minister and Deputy First Minister. And I think that Unionists' opponents, nationalists, could reasonably object that that was out of kilter. This is the problem we face. In seeking to stay very close to NDNA and respect its balance, there we have the office dealing with the issues of identity and the principles, and then the two commissioners with different scope and purposes. And that is why we've got this very delicate balance. The second point is that, as I say, I just don't think that some of the purposes which are sought in a heartfelt way would be achieved by the amendments which have been tabled, particularly in relation to language, arts and literature. It's difficult to see how some of that would work out in practice, and I would again refer people to the principles. It would be difficult to implement, and in this place, very practically, it would open the bill up to ping-pong, which could lead to an unpicking of the whole agreement in this House. I want to finish by making three firm commitments to the DUP in particular from this dispatch box. First, I will discuss the issues that they've raised with the Equality Commission for Northern Ireland. Plainly, these things need to be addressed. Second, we will keep the operation of this Act when it comes into force under review. Of course we will, but I just gently say it is properly a matter for the Assembly to legislate in this area. And thirdly, as the honourable gentleman and lady will have seen, I'm not afraid to call out intolerable conduct where it arises. In particular, I called out the chanting of Up the Ra. And I am absolutely, without committing to do it on every occasion, because I suspect I'd do nothing else, I am absolutely committed to, to getting involved in this particular problem, because in closing, what I observe is that some of the hurt and some of the problems which arise are never going to be dealt with through legislation. They're going to require a change of heart. They're going to require people to do as they would be done by. And I'm sorry that I haven't had more time to go through in detail all of the amendments which have been raised. I have been asked to wrap up my speech at this point.
Right, we're going to go with Amendment 6 to begin with, and I understand that it's not being withdrawn, so it's going to go to a division, and I'm getting a nod, so I'll put the question. The question is that Amendment 6 be made. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Clear the lobby. Order. The question is that Amendment 6 be made. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. On the contrary, no. Tell us for the ayes, Liz Twist and Mary Glindon. Tell us for the noes, Damien Moore and Sir David Evernett.